Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And as always, we'll start with our land acknowledgement. As we gather today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Omawini people. We thank the Omawini people and express our respect and support for their rich history. And we're extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. If you could stand for a moment of silent reflection, please. Madam Clerk, could you conduct roll call, please?
Thank you, Warden, and good morning. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Burrows.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster.
Present.
Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Warden Emo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
I'm here.
Councillor Yon.
Here.
Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor McKenzie.
Present.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Present.
Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Watt.
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Here.
Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
Councillor Proctor. We have quorum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move to adoption of the minutes. So the recommendation is that the minutes of August 28, 2024 meeting be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Member from Greater Madawaska, member for Bossier Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you, Council. And next, we'll have a motion that the closed minutes of the August 28, 2024 meeting be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by the member from Killoughby-Haggerty-Richards, second by the member from Arnprior. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much, Council. Members of County Council, during the month of September, I attended 17 meetings and events on county business. I attended the summer company wrap-up event where 7 young entrepreneurs, Kyle Radford, Caden McKinnon, Haley Vandersweg, Isa O'Brien, Kai Merrill, and Katie White, successfully completed the summer company program offered by Enterprise Renfrew County. The entrepreneurs had an opportunity to showcase their businesses and services at the wrap-up event in conjunction with the Downtown Pembroke Business Improvement Area's Pembroke Youth Market. I'd like to thank my colleagues that joined me at the event, Councillors Jennifer Murphy, James Brose, Mark Wilmer, along with Whitewater Region Councillors Connie Tabbert and Joey Trim, Pembroke Mayor Ron Gervais, Deep River Mayor Suzanne Dion, and Councillor Scott Broom from McNabb Braeside, as well as our Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke MPP John Yakubuski. From Thursday, September 5 to Saturday, September 7, Chief Nolan and I convened with 90 leaders from across the country in Timmins to discuss the substance use crisis in small communities and villages. The purpose of this event was to start the conversation about creating guidelines and templates for policies and strategies related to treatment, harm reduction, recovery, prevention, and enforcement. These guidelines and templates, when developed, could and may be applied locally for municipalities, especially in small and rural settings, to assist in receiving government support. It is hopeful it will also help lessen the increasing division and possible confusion surrounding responses to the opioid and drug overdose crisis. I attended the Ontario East Municipal Conference from September 11 to 13. It was again located in Ottawa, and it's in a really great venue. The sessions were well organized, and they educated on a diverse number of topics. Specifically, and these are 5 of about 25 topics: economic development and housing, special events and perilous partnerships, accelerating bio-based manufacturing in Canadian municipalities, enabling stickiness with youth and the youth population, workforce development, programs and services supporting business growth and attraction. I'd like to thank Councillor Lynch for the invitation to attend the grand opening of the men's shed in McNabb Braeside. It's a super location in a school built in the 1870s. I need to commend the Township of McNabb Braeside for their support of the program and the site selection. I was quite enthralled with the selection of tools on site. It's quite a site, it's very interesting. This is a great service for men in the area. It's an opportunity to meet and to share and learn from peers and organize sessions. Men sometimes struggle with the concept of retirement and what to do. There is also an associated loss or change in identity which can be unsettling. The men's shed is there to help. I need to also thank Councillor Nicholson for the invitation to attend the grand opening of the Whitewater Senior Active Living Centre. What a determined community, striving to ensure they keep seniors active and involved in their community. They have repurposed the Ross Township office into office and program space. Some of the comments that day were about their mayor being a bit of a pit bull or a dog with a bone when he gets onto an issue. So it was a very apt description. I had to change my description after that because Yakubuski beat me to it. The Renfrew County Road Supervisors Association held its 2024 truck rodeo on September 25, 2024. This event highlights safety, courtesy, and expert public works driving skills through a competitive challenge. The rodeo is open to all municipal employees or permanent staff who are professional drivers and regularly operate 3-ton trucks or larger equipped with snowplow attachments. For example, a dump body or spreader, a harness, and power-operated plow and wing. This year, 35 participants competed, with the top 3 finishers being Trevor Hamilton of McNabb Braeside, Phil Daber, County of Renfrew, Whitewater Patrol, Nathan Tubby, Whitewater Region. Congratulations to all of the participants, and a big thank you to the Whitewater Patrol staff for hosting, as well as the Renfrew County Road Supervisors Association's executive team and volunteers for organizing such an outstanding competition. Our municipalities are very fortunate to have such highly skilled and dedicated public works staff. And again, thank you. Congratulations to former Warden Bob Sweet on receiving the Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber of Commerce Lifetime Achievement Award this coming Saturday in recognition of his contribution to the business world. The event will acknowledge the decades that Bob dedicated to fostering economic growth and commitment to the Petawawa, and the County of Renfrew community. If I could take a few seconds to remind us sitting here today in chambers that the commitment of council members to continue to attend council and committee meetings punctually and prepared is crucial. This allows us to ensure the ongoing effective functioning of the governance of the County of Renfrew and the decision-making processes. Your continued regular attendance ensures that all perspectives are representative and considered. This fosters a comprehensive discussion and well-rounded decision-making. When some of us are absent without notice or fail to prepare, it not only disrupts the meeting's flow, but also undermines the collective effort and efficiency of the meeting, and on occasion jeopardizes having quorum. By prioritizing timely attendance and thorough preparation, council members continue, as they have in the past, to demonstrate respect for their colleagues' time. We uphold our responsibilities to the public and contribute to a more productive and cohesive governance structure. Please don't forget that tomorrow is Renfrew County Day. Staff have been busy getting ready for the event to showcase their departments and to meet your council and your staff. Our communities offered a more detailed look at services and the people behind the successful delivery of these services. The County of Renfrew celebrates the diversity of this land and acknowledges a complex history better understood through truth and reconciliation and the lived experiences of all communities. Truth and reconciliation reminds us that we all have work to do on the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership with Indigenous peoples. We open our meetings and events with the land acknowledgement. I would suggest to our community on behalf of these chambers, it is our ongoing pledge to work on fully understanding and to continue responding to a number of the 94 calls to action in the 2015 Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. On behalf of Council, I wish to express our sincere condolences to the Lentz family on the passing of Norman Lentz. He passed away on September 21, 2024. Norman proudly served in municipal politics from 1967 until 2014. I had the opportunity to sit beside Mayor Lentz from 2006 to 2014. He was sitting in the chair where North Algonia is now, and I was in Greater Madawaska, which is where the town of Renfrew was. So we often had some great conversations about our communities. And he was quite a quiet man, but quite passionate about Brudenell and also about Renfrew County. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, and share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. And all right, thank you. And we'll call on Melissa Marquardt, our manager, to introduce our first delegation, please.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to introduce Allison Miller with the Labour Market Group of Renfrew and Lanark. They are a service contracted through the Community Employment Services branch of Algonquin College here in Pembroke, and they work with a cross-section of sectors including industry, employment, economic development, and government agencies, providing local labour market and community projects. They are a proud partner of our Ottawa Valley Economic Development Partners Group, and I'm pleased to invite Allison to the podium to provide an update to everyone this morning.
All right, can everyone hear me okay? Hopefully the clicker works, and then it's going to be a good day. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really happy to be here speaking with you today. And I can't tell you how nice it is to see people face to face. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Allison Miller. I'm a project officer with the Labour Market Group of Renfrew and Lanark County. I want to give a special thanks to Melissa Marquardt, Scott Hamilton, and David Wybu for supporting our organization, and of course, a special thanks to Warden Emo for presiding over this meeting today. As always, I have so much to say and so little time, so if I'm running long, Christy, you'll wave at me. I'm going to try and keep it pretty short and concise. I'll talk to you about 3 things today. One is I just want to give a quick overview of our organization for those of you that don't know what we're doing. The second thing is I'll give a very brief labor market update for the Renfrew County, and there is lots of information there. So if you have specific questions about the labor market, you can either ask me after or please follow up via email. And then finally, I'll talk to you a little bit about why I'm actually here today. Okay, so I just press this and it should go. Where's the button? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so if you don't know, the Labor Market Group is one of 26 labor boards across Ontario. It is a fully funded organization by the Ontario Ministry of Labour, Trade and Skills Development. We really make it our job to be in the know about what's happening in our local labor market, specifically Renfrew County. And that is either data, hard numbers, or anecdotally, we're getting out and talking to the community all the time. And that's why your input is so important. I'm not going to go word for word over these slides because, again, it takes way too long. So every year, these are our deliverables. Oh, I'll go back one. These are our deliverables. We have a local labor market planning report. It's a great report. It is filled with data, not just on the labor market and jobs, but all your kind of demographic data for the area. It also has industry data, and we try to make it a good read. It has community updates from our local partners and company profiles, etc. I encourage you to check it out. Each year we run a big survey, which I'll talk to you about that as well, and we'll be out in the community this fall doing our community consultations, talking to employers and people that are interested parties. Some examples of where you might see our action in the community is we're promoting trades a lot right now. So we participated in the Option Skilled Trades Fair where we truck in a bunch of teenagers from high schools and we get them in contact with trades. It's a lot of fun. We also provide quarterly bulletins about what's happening in the news, labor market-wise, and those consultations. If you haven't had a chance to visit our website, you'll see that we actually have a number of great job tools, which are for job seekers and employers to go on, and you can actually pull the data in real time on your own. You don't even have to message us, and that will probably be for another day. I've just pulled together these very short stats. And there's 2 things that I really will preach about over and over again that we need to really understand about Renfrew County is we have an aging population. The median age is high, and we have a number of people that are aging out of the workforce. This is creating this huge gap because we do not have enough young people coming up to fill those spaces. The opportunity that we do have in Renfrew County is you can see that we've grown since from 2016 to 2021, almost 4%. And for those of you that have lived in rural areas for a long time, that's very high to see population growth like that. So I think that Renfrew County is really poised to take advantage of some of the labor market changes. And I'll leave that for there. The current labor market is changing drastically. I've been in my position since 2022, and the speed at which things have changed from 2022 to now is just mind-blowing. The biggest change that we've seen is really this cooling off of the labor market. Unemployment is rising. That may be due to this rise in inflation, recessionary pressures. But what I will say is this can actually be a good position for employers, where 2 years ago I really saw it as a job seekers market. Lots of jobs, lots of people looking. Now it's really the opposite, where employers are having more opportunities to find people. That being said, some of the things Warden Ema already mentioned about cost of living for people, we don't really want to see that unemployment rise too much. But I will also mention one more stat that we've been following from this slide, which is a concerning high unemployment rate with youth. And as I mentioned, we really need those youth to be engaged in the labor market. So StatCan reported that this is quite high. And this is what our organization is also seeing across the region. Over the spring, we got a chance to talk one-on-one with the employment services across Renfrew and Lanark. And there's lots of barriers for those youth getting into the job market. So that's going to be a real target for us this year. So every year we run the Employer Pulse survey. I think this is a really great survey because in my experience, this survey provides invaluable data that you would not be able to get otherwise. You can see that what the employers in our region are saying is that they're having difficulty hiring. 73% said they're having difficulty. 75% said that they faced difficulty hiring or they were struggling to find enough quantity or enough quality of applicants. And like I mentioned before with the aging workplace, 40% experienced employee retirements in the last year. And for those of you that have lived here for a long time, you know that our economy really is made up of small businesses. Almost 85 or 90% of the businesses in Renfrew County are small businesses. So those, the difficulty hiring and the retirements really does make a large impact for them. One of the biggest things that we do is called the LMI Help Desk or Labor Market Information Desk. And what this is a completely complimentary service. Most employers, I don't think, get in contact with us because they think it's going to cost money. It does not. It's very simple. You send an email and you say, I need data on X, Y, Z. And our wonderful data analyst, Chidima, will pull the data. She arranges it into reports. We can give analysis. And one example is we've been working on a forestry report for the Renfrew County, if you haven't seen it. But we can answer all types of questions about what businesses are doing in Renfrew County, what skills are in demand in certain areas, what are the demographics of that region. So I've just put the contact there at the bottom. Please email us if you need data for any type of strategic planning or economic development, or just check out the website.
Great, thank you.
I'm
sorry.
Am I running low?
No, I'm sorry. I misread your cue.
Okay. So one more slide, and then I'll be ready for questions. Okay. I was watching the time. I thought it was good. Okay. So why am I here today? What are we asking you today? So first thing is that we're encouraging elected officials and economic development partners to attend our labor market planning session with guest speaker David Coletto on October 10th. I would really, some of you have already registered. I really appreciate that. We'd like more of you to come and also send your people. So this could, elected officials, but also anyone, executives within the municipalities, anyone that's doing your hiring or important people in economic development. It's going to be a great morning. We'll do some roundtable discussions about how municipalities can face their challenges together. And also, we'll have this learning experience from David Coletto. I think it should be really great, so thank you. I'm going to encourage anyone else, so if you have local employers in your network, your municipal staff, your community partners, to attend our community consultations that will be coming up across the region. We'll be in Renfrew, November 14th, and Pembroke, November 20th. Don't worry, we'll be sending you lots of links. Or we'll be in touch. Please fill out the Employer Pulse survey and share it with your networks. We'd really appreciate that. And then finally, like I mentioned before, please use the LMI Help Desk for your labor market and economic planning, and encourage local employers to use the LMI Help Desk as well.
Great, thank you. My apologies, I was
No, that's okay.
just going to open up the floor to questions.
Please.
And so I'll start with Killu Haggy-Richards and then Amiston Bromley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Allison, for the
Yes.
presentation. It was very enlightening. There's some very key facts in there. My questions, plural. You've noted that youth is decreasing in the job market.
Yes.
Two questions now. What reasons are you attributing to this? And the second one is, what can local municipalities do to get the youth back to work?
That's a big question, so I'll try and keep it short. So when we ask why, I have yet to see really any hard data, although people are running youth engagement surveys now. So I'll only speak on it anecdotally. It's what the employment services are saying is that youth are growing up in a different time. They had this COVID. Many of them are anxious simply to walk into an office, and there's lots of other barriers. Transportation is another example. I think that many of us are perceiving youth as not wanting to work, but maybe that they just need a little bit more encouragement is my kind of take on it. And the second part of the question is, what can we do about it? We have been talking to employers across the region and other community partners to give us those ideas. A lot of that stuff, especially with recruitment, we put into our local labor market planning report. But things like going to the youth is really important. Because of the lack of transportation, they can't come to us. We need to kind of meet them where they're at and allow them to experience the practical job market. So it's not about saying to them, hey, you can be a heavy equipment operator at this municipality. We need to lay it out for them in a career pathway. How do they get there? Where can they get educated? And also allow them experience to touch hands-on so they can see what the day-to-day work looks like. A lot of the times when we're struggling with retention in Renfrew County, it has to do with the youth or the job seeker not understanding the expectations, and then maybe the employer not communicating it as clearly. So if we can get both people communicating their expectations, then it makes it better for that retention. Did that answer your question? So that's just off the top of my head, but I could talk about youth engagement for another hour.
Thank you. And Amiston Bromley, then Boncher Valley, and then back to North Dakota.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you through you to Ms. Miller. Very enlightening presentation, notwithstanding that it is much abridged, I'm certain. Just first a comment on the previous question and then my own question. It seems back in the 70s or late 70s, there was coined a new term for the economy, stagflation. According to Keynesian economics, we shouldn't have both high unemployment and high inflation, and yet we did.
Here we are.
So we coined a new word. So curiously in your presentation, we are showing this substantial uptick, a high number to start with, and then an uptick in our youth unemployment, and yet 3/4 of employers are saying they are having difficulty. So there seems to be, I cannot imagine that this is a Gordian knot, that it certainly can be untied, but it does seem to be bedeviling that you would have this strange situation that is existing, that apparently the jobs are there, the workers are there, but somehow not finding each other. So I encourage you to drill deep into that and find out what's going on. The second question I had was on the demographic snapshot. That's slide 5. And just at the very bottom bullet point, you note, are the slide notes that over the 5 years from 16 to 2021, only 235 newcomers. And I wanted to seek a little bit of clarity on what's termed newcomers, because the population grew by just about 4,000 over those 5 years. So what this slide has identified as newcomers is only 6% of that total
That's right.
expansion. So I wonder if you could shed some light on that.
Yeah, I'll answer the newcomers question first, and then I'll go back to the topic of youth. So when we use the word newcomers in this situation, we're specifically talking about those that are not born in Canada. So we are very fortunate with our population growth. We have a number of Canadians moving into the area, and there's no doubt, to address some of the labor challenges we've been having, we need to encourage everyone to be moving into Renfrew County. And in this situation, we're talking specifically about immigration from those outside of Canada. And even though this is something new and innovative that Renfrew County is embarking on, I really encourage you to check out LIP, Local Immigration Partnership, and the work that they're doing, because there is no doubt, we've talked about it over and over again at length over the last year, that we are going to need those people to support the immigration. Now we just have to ask ourselves as a county, what does that look like practically? And then going back to your first question, there are a number of reasons why we're struggling to match up the employers who don't have enough workers and the youth. I can list a dozen reasons off the top of my head. So there's not just one reason, but there is this, we've had this kind of shock with COVID, and I think that we're just having a little time where we need to bounce back from that. And this will change, although what I've been told is that youth are not as interested in going in and working some of the jobs that they would have done before, like working late in a restaurant, etc. It's just not as appealing to them. They're doing more gig economy work. But I will say that what we saw over the summer was really, really concerning, where there wasn't enough summer jobs. And summer jobs are like, it's like a Canadian, we all grew up like that. All Canadians grew up with these like summer jobs, and it's a really good way for kids to get into the market. But a lot of the employers either weren't able to hire, some of the government funding has been pulled from those summer job programs. So I'd really like to see that coming back again.
Supplementary?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank you once again through you to Ms. Miller, particularly in the answer to the first question. And I had kind of presumed that perhaps was what that was indicating. And maybe this question is more germane to the Local Immigration Partnership. I think that that's an outstanding agency, and I think that the work they're doing needs to be lauded and supported. And particularly when we are in an environment where there is a growing backlash, generally in across our country towards immigration. So just drilling in a little bit more then, so as I'd indicated, that number is about 6% of our total growth over that 5-year period. Do you have any data to give some context to that? Are we attracting enough newcomers into our local economy here versus, I'll confine this just to Ontario, but we are constantly reminded that we have substantial immigration is coming. We've dramatically increased our target immigration. I will certainly make a nod towards, I don't think that we have had a comprehensive multi-level, multi-governmental level engagement on how to absorb these folks. But my question particularly is, are we attracting enough?
That's a great question. I really appreciate it. Really good question. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I will get my data analyst to pull some numbers just so that we can see where we're at, if we're upper, middle, or low. I don't know that. And really, we want to compare to similar or like regions across Eastern Ontario, which would be best. But I would definitely say that along lines what Lip would say is that no, we're not attracting enough. That's why we're putting in all these measures to do more attraction. I really appreciated what they're doing in Lanark County. They've actually hired at the settlement coordinator, and not to be too bold, but I think that a settlement coordinator in Renfrew County could be a really big drive. They've had a lot of success in Lanark over the last year, attracting 129 people to the region. So I thought that was good.
Thank you. And we'll move to Bon Chemin Valley, then North Algona Wilberforce, then TGM.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you for this presentation. This is very timely. On October 11th, Bon Chemin Valley is actually hosting a youth summit for our younger kids to see what they're looking forward
Wonderful.
to. And then in April, we are hosting a career fair for the older kids. And I did just email my community development officers, so expect an email when you get back
That
to
would
your
be
office.
great.
Okay.
If we can make it over, we'd love to attend.
So we're looking at what we need municipally for our youth to go into municipal administration, roads, any faculty. So that's sort of where we're gearing this to. I'm also an employer in the county of Renfrew, and honestly, I could use 2 new mechanics today. Yeah, like yesterday. So we have a couple of problems.
Yes.
You speak about newcomers, absolutely bring them. But let whatever faculty they practiced in their own country, let it translate to Canada. Because I don't care if you can fix a Mercedes in one country, you can fix it in another. And the College of Trades does not allow this. You can't even cross-pollinate amongst provinces, which is quite frankly ridiculous. So I think that we need to lobby to break down some of those barriers, because if I'm a newcomer and I think, great, I'm coming to Ontario, Renfrew County looks like a beautiful place to live, work and play, see how I did that? But I can't get the job that I was trained to do, then why do I want to come to Ontario, much less Canada? And I think that that's such a frustration for me, where they have to go back to school or they have to challenge an exam. And quite frankly, I would hire 2 newcomers right now as I'm sitting here, and it's very frustrating. So maybe something to take back for your data, because I'm certain I'm not the only, number one, privately owned garage in Renfrew County that feels this way, but I'm talking across the sector. So thanks so much, I really appreciate it.
I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you for your comments. And I think that we're hearing the same thing from other employers of this frustration. And we know that newcomers will stay longer if they can work in the field that they've trained in, and they are quite skilled. And that's one of the biggest reasons why we want to get the municipalities together, because it's across the region the municipalities are struggling to hire the same positions, those heavy equipment operators, building inspectors, and so on. And so we need to get everybody together so that we have a little bit more lobbying power.
Thank you. And supplemental, but just 1 second. What I'd like to add in is that we are a partner with Lanark County, just to remind council, with that settlement coordinator program.
Oh, that's great. Yes. Sorry,
And,
I did know that.
One of the other things that we do is that we have an international recruitment effort with our long-term care to bring in PSWs.
That's right, and I met one last week actually in Renfrew. She's quite lovely, and she's enjoying her time in Renfrew County.
Good, thank you. So supplemental.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on something you said. By the way, I need 2 mechanics just to service the warden's fleet. So when he can't get his snow tires on, you know where he's coming back to. But just something you just said, you in the municipal sector, we're playing a game of musical chairs with our staff members, and eventually there are just going to be chairs, because now we're just robbing from each other, which is, it's not a good look, number one. But secondly, so if one municipality steals a CAO from another, well then that municipalities trying to steal a CAO from another. So it doesn't really work in the end. So that's a very good point. We do need people to come up in municipal everything. Thank you. Thanks, Warden.
Thank you. And North Algonah Wilberforce, then TGM.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Ms. Miller. Excellent presentation. A couple of questions and kind of following up with my colleague from Boncher Valley on the challenge that we have in filling some of the construction trade positions. I think one of the challenges for the youth is the fact that they have to travel, you may correct me if I'm wrong, that the closest is Guelph, Ontario.
100%.
Where they can get that training. And it would be great if we could bring that training closer to Renfrew County.
I couldn't agree more.
Secondly, when we talk about municipal government, I don't know if you have any data how well our schools are really guiding students into the municipal sector field, making them aware of the opportunities that are there. Because in speaking to some of the youth who are working in our municipalities, it seems like the most exposure they're getting is if they have an opportunity for a co-op placement.
That's right.
So I think there's an area too that needs to be refined a little bit more. And the third thing is just listening to the latest report on the news about the $1.5 billion that is being now spent on agency nursing and PSW replacements is really distressing. And even though we've hired some international workers in our long-term care homes, one of the challenges they have is turning those positions into actual Canadian residency in order that they can stay.
Okay, there's lots to follow up there. I'll just ask my colleague Christy, can you make a note of those data points? So maybe we can, thank you, perfect. Okay, so firstly with the training, I couldn't agree more. If we can get homegrown training right here, that will make a huge impact for helping those youth not having to travel to get those certificates. We actually, my colleague Christy and I were on a call yesterday with Alex Harris from the Renfrew County District School Board, and that's exactly what we are working on. That's our job, is to bring the people together. So we're trying to develop a program exactly that, to talk to youth more on the regular. But what the good part is they are also always working on this. Christy and I really saw a gap in kids being able to, or youth, I should say, being able to get apprenticeships. So we're trying to figure out innovative ways to make it easier for them to get apprenticeships in the trades. And then Alex was just telling us that they have released this large book. It's a skilled trades, I can't even remember what it's called, Skilled Trades Handbook, and it basically has the career pathway for each of the trades. So for example, if you did want to be a heavy equipment operator, then it would go through the steps that you would need to do that, and that's being released this October to all of the high schools, and in grade 10 they'll be going over that. It's also available now to the career counselors. So I think these are all things like we're working towards. And then your last question, will you remind me?
It was in regards to PSWs and,
Yes.
and agency
Yes.
nursing replacement.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. We participate in the Ottawa Valley Health Table, which these things sometimes take long, but I think it's really important work. I think the example that we set in Bonnechere Manor is a great example that we can all follow, and it's something we need to continue to give lots of attention and effort, which that's part of what our organization is doing. Yeah, with pleasure.
Okay, thank you. And we have done some advocacy work with the minister as well for skills, and then also I can't remember the other one, but we have spoken to two ministers about this.
I'll just mention we follow all the time. The Ontario government is releasing loads of cash all the time. Some of the employment service providers have said some of this cash gets caught up in the bigger places like Toronto, Hamilton, and doesn't ever really filter down to Renfrew County. So again, another reason why municipalities can get together for that lobbying power.
Okay, thank you. And Greater Madawaska and then Whitewater.
Thank you. Through you, Warden. I have a two-part. One is on page 7.
100.
Okay, and the second part is, what industries and where were they located within our county?
I have all those numbers for you. I just don't have them off the top of my head because we do ask them that. Most of the responses were from Renfrew County. Like we usually get, over 70% from Renfrew County and 30% from Lanark. But what I was really happy and really surprised about is that the cross-section of industries was very broad. We've had manufacturing, we've had trades, we've had public service, we've had healthcare. I've been really, really happy with the results of that spread, and I'm hoping to get even more responses this fall.
And supplementary.
Yeah, and this is on another note. My son went through LIUNA, which is the Labor International Union in North America, to get his apprenticeship for stonemasonry. They have trade schools in Cambridge, Vaughan, Barrie, Kingston, and Cobourg. Have any of the unions that have their own trade schools, has any thought been given to try to draw them to this area? Because they do great work. I mean, it's in conjunction with the union. They have to then commit so many years to the union itself, but it's a way for them to get free training and being paid at the same time. So I'm just wondering if you've ever thought of approaching any of those.
I think that is an absolutely wonderful idea, and I'm going to get Christy to note. I'm going to bring that up at our October event so that maybe we can get more ideas like that. The labor market group's really job is facilitating these ideas and bringing in the people that can actually make that happen, although we work very, very closely with Algonquin College, and that's the main thing over and over again, is how we can develop the programs, the training here in town. And I'll just tell you anecdotally, the men, and I don't want to be stereotypical, but it's often men in trades, they want to travel to do these programs, but then they have to leave their family behind. They need money for the program. They need money while they're off work. And so sometimes it's just not accessible. So if we can work together to bring that training here, I think it can make a huge difference for making it accessible for people.
Thank you. And then we'll go to Whitewater, Laurentian Hills, and Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden. Allison, I'll just, one comment, one question.
Oh, hi.
Just in terms of our demographics, so you put in your presentation 23% of our population is currently 65 and older. It's forecasted to grow to 27%.
That's right.
In the next couple of years and breach 30 within the next 5 to 10.
That's right.
So there is a significant change in the demographics, and that's accounting for a 3.9% increase in growth of newcomers. So just from a county perspective, we're going to see a significant shift. My question, though, is one, and I noticed it's on your very last slide that you provided some links, and it has to do with access to childcare.
Yes.
And in your experience, can you make any comment about the impact of a lack of $11 childcare has on our labor market?
I know people personally that, Christy is one, that the lack of childcare option is significantly keeping people out of the workforce. It's a huge negative count on productivity, and it really is concerning. In Carleton Place, they just opened a daycare with 20 spaces, but they said that the wait list was 1,500. Part of the work that we're doing this fall is in the community consultations. This is separate of the municipal work, is we wanted to talk to people about two things. One was the immigration, and then this kind of broader issue of the cost of living crisis. And we always include housing, transportation, daycare, because it really is a huge, huge issue that's affecting families across the region. I can't stress that enough. Yeah.
Thank you. And Laurentian Hills, and then Town of Petawawa.
Hi. Great presentation. So I am one of the very small minority of a skilled trades person, retired. But I found one of the comments you said is you have a book that follows the path and that you give it to grade 10 students.
Yep.
So I found I was very involved in promoting skilled trades in women when I was working, but I find that the ones that you have to get to are younger than grade 10. So I don't know if that's something, I know that the like Skills Canada and your the options trades fair are good, but I think you really have to get to the young kids first.
That's a question for the education minister because
Yes.
they're offering the career in grade 10. But certainly our organization is available to give labor market presentations to groups that are younger than that, and that's something that we're working on this year.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. And Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. Thank you, Allison, for sharing a summary of your organization. And I'll just advocate on behalf of some of the newcomers and some of the barriers they're facing when they come to Renfrew County. Specifically, it's ESL, English as a Second Language. And I'll give an example of a Ukrainian family that came to Petawawa. Highly educated, lots of job skills, but couldn't get work in their field because of lack of English speaking. They couldn't take the available courses during the day because they had to work to feed their family and pay their rent. And there was nothing available in the evening. They eventually moved to Hamilton and dream every day of coming back here. But what can Algonquin College do? What can your organization do? What can somebody do to offer ESL in the evenings or online to these newcomers so that they can improve their skills enough to get jobs in their fields?
Thank you. Great comment. This is exactly why we do the work that we do, and that's really our job, is to facilitate that, because let's say, for example, there is ESL in Pembroke. We need to figure out how Pembroke and Petawawa could work together as an example. And what I've been hearing from most people is that we are really working in silos of our little pockets of communities across Lanark and Renfrew. And really, I think the strategy going forward to provide, there really is a lot of need there with the ESL, and I think the path going forward is working together.
Okay, and then Kilu Haggy-Richards, and then I think we'll wrap it up.
Thank you. I don't mean to be the last, but this is a very hot topic, as you can see.
Yes.
And one point I'd like to make is that municipalities are receiving money provincially and federally for their students. But it seems that there's not enough money, because if you hire a student for 12 weeks, you may want him for 16 weeks. So the municipalities are picking up the tab for those extra weeks if you want that student to continue, which is a negative for the municipalities if they can afford to even hire a student, because once they're involved with the student, then there's the occurrence of extra money comes into play. Even though it's great that we received the front end money for X number of weeks, there's the aftermath. Last point I want to make, do you make road trips to councils?
Pardon me?
Do you make road trips to councils?
Yes, we try to get out on the road as much as possible, and if you have a specific topic that you'd like us to speak on, you can just let us know and we can prepare a presentation on a particular topic. We'd love to do that. And on your first point, I'd really like those who can attend come to our event that David Coletto is speaking on, because he's specifically talking about this scarcity mindset across municipalities. We're all struggling to fund our programs and to fund our student programs. And I think he's really, really great, and I think he's going to offer a lot of insight on that exact topic.
Great. Thank you very much. It's a very exciting presentation. And I think, I don't think we're surprised because, for a number of years, and I know Melissa's very tired of hearing this from me specifically, is that we were worried about our small businesses because, a plumber with a van and a helper, and maybe the helper doesn't have a ticket or doesn't have the desire to get the ticket, that plumber, when they age out, in some instances in their 70s, then that leaves a gap in that community, in the surrounding community. So we've been very worried about the smaller businesses, how they're going to survive, the necessary ones, and specifically tied to the trade. So Some of the questions I had just around job sharing as we get to retirement, and I think you've answered the transportation question. It seems to be getting our youth, especially, to the job site consistently, or getting them out to educate and then bringing them back. So I think, transportation's a couple different levels. And then I'm just wondering, if we can't solve the problem, will that lead to increased mechanization of processes, and we'll lose those jobs forever, or maybe the industry? Is there a fear of that, or is there any kind of a silent threat?
I would not consider it a threat. I would consider it an opportunity. I have heard people, especially that are job seeking or lower income, and employers concerned about the issue of AI and automation as an example. But what I will say is that it's absolutely necessary. We will not be able to make this work without it. There has been some incredible work. KI, which is a local organization, has put in place automations, and we are going to need those automations both physically, like practically with machines and robots, as well as in public service AI doing a lot of the work. The labor shortage is only growing, and everyone needs to educate themselves and get on board with that happening. I think is what I would say.
Great, thank you very much. And I would remind council to have your people call Ms. Miller's people with regards to October 10th. And when you talk to me in the hallway, I do have it in my schedule, so
I saw you on the registration.
Oh, good, perfect, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Please, lmg@algonquincollege.com. Please get a hold of us. I'd love to hear from you.
And Mr. Kelly, I think you're going to introduce our next delegation.
Thank you, Warden. It's indeed my pleasure to welcome in person Mr. Aidan Townsend from Roth IAMS to discuss our building condition assessments for the benefit of the viewing audience. For several months, we've been working through building condition assessments on our housing units across the portfolio that the County of Renfrew and Renfrew County Housing Corporation has. This is an exciting time for the county to actually look at our portfolio of assets to determine next steps and where to go. Obviously, we were downloaded a number of assets back several decades ago. They are starting to get very aged, and it is due time to review our housing portfolio to determine next steps. Where do we go from here, and what assets are in the worst conditions and which ones are the best, and how we move forward in supplying appropriate community housing to the people that need it across the county. So with that, I'll hand the microphone and the clicker over to Mr. Townsend, who will walk us through a bit of a conversation. Again, for the viewing audience, there will be a portion in open, and there will be a closed portion of today's meeting to determine, to have a discussion, I should say, on specific items that are in detail that should not be made public. So there will be two portions of today's meeting. Thank you, Mr. Townsend.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here. I'll say my presentation will be fairly technical, so I'll try and make it as interesting and understandable as possible as we go. So what we're here to talk about, as mentioned, was a summary of building condition assessments that we were engaged to work on for Renfrew County Housing Corporation. Excuse me. There we go. With this, the audits that we did occurred between March and May of 2024. They were on-site visual assessments of approximately 10% of the portfolio, so roughly 170 units across 36 different sites. So what we have here on this particular slide is just some overviews of that particular portfolio that we looked at. So of those units, the replacement value is estimated at approximately $250 million. And as we look at the deferred capital and renewal needs for that particular portfolio, Over a 10-year period, we're looking at $142.3 million worth of needs to maintain those buildings. If we take that out 20 or 30 years, again, as we look at a 30-year number, it's $307 million to maintain those buildings that we looked at. So as we get into the slides further down, we'll talk in detail about what the various areas are and details specifically on individual assets. Click through the next slide. So the next slide we're going to talk about is what we call a facility condition index. And this is an industry standard. It's really a way to normalize as you're comparing one building against another, the condition of that building based on strictly the value of the building versus the renewal needs of that building. So the way this works is it takes the needs of a particular period of time and divides it by the replacement value of that building. So in this case, for the Housing Corporation, we used a 5-year FCI. So that takes all of the needs that should have been done in the past, so repairs, maintenance, capital improvement, as well as the current year and the next 4 years. So that one makes up a 5-year FCI. So the numbers that we're going to talk about as we go through are what we call 5-year FCI number. Currently, the portfolio has an overall percentage of 24.52%. And as we can see through the scale, anything less than 5%, the assets are generally considered in, fairly new condition. So these are new buildings. Not much work needs to be done. As we move through between 6 and 10%, so this is where we're getting into sort of normal wear and tear on a building. Usually they're somewhere between 8 to 10 years old. Things are starting to become worn out and needing to be repaired or replaced. Again, moving into sort of the 11 to 30% range. So at that point, buildings are starting to deteriorate a little bit. There's maintenance work that needs to be done to make sure that they stay functioning as they're supposed to. And then as we move through that into the 60%, at this point, the building is not functioning as intended. There's major work that needs to be done, whether that be structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, whatever that work happens to be. And then once you get over 60%, at that point, really the building is it's not functioning. So you're spending 60% of the value of that building just to keep it in running order, okay? So that's some definitions of the FCI, which again, we're gonna talk about as we go through in here. This is really tiny, sorry. It's a lot of information. I think you guys have it all in your package that you can look at. So it is definitely a lot of information in here. So what we've got here is a breakdown by property of the replacement value and the renewal needs for each of those properties. So one of the things that we should really talk about is, yes. Sorry, do I need to be closer? Yeah, I was trying to make sure everybody can see that. Sorry, guys, I'll stay here closer, yeah. So when we talk about the replacement value, it's important to note that the replacement value here talks about greenfield construction of that building, so a native piece of land, rebuilding that building as it sits today. It's not talking about modernizations or new construction methodologies or any of that information. It's also different than market value, which is potentially what that property could be sold for, right? So those are two very different things that we're talking about. For the purpose of replacement value in this portfolio, we are using what's called the sum of the parts method. So we take all of the components that are used to make up that building and what it would cost to replace them, and we add them together, and that determines the replacement value of that building. Okay, so there's lots of different ways that replacement value is determined. This is the one that we are using now. Sorry, I'm just gonna go back for a sec. So in this particular slide, we have the replacement values and the renewal needs include the site information, so the land that the building is on, as well as the building itself. The next slide here is just the land. So we've separated out, so we include it with the property so that you can see that. But then as we look at the land itself, we separate that out as well here, just to give you that detail as you look through. So now we talk about unfunded liability. So unfunded liability, really this is a graph of the total dollar value of those deferred capital and renewal needs. In this case, we're looking at over a 10-year period. So we've run some scenarios as well, just so that you can see some different scenarios and what funding scenarios might look like. So as we look at these, sorry, I've got my numbers here. I can give you some specific. It's pretty tiny on the screen there. If we look at $1 million of funding every year, that is the yellow line that you see here. That is what that is going to address of your total deferred maintenance. The next scenario that we're looking at is 1.5% of the replacement value of the building set aside to address capital and renewal needs. So in this case, that 1.5% of the renewal value for this portfolio works out to approximately $3.7 million. So a $3.7 million investment every year into maintaining these buildings. Another scenario that we've run here is then a $7 million scenario, which you can see represented as the red line. Again, pretty straight line funding. And then the next one that we have is a funding scenario required to maintain the current condition of the buildings as they are right now. So that's the maintain FCI funding. And that is $7.8 million, or sorry, $9.8 million roughly per year over the next 10 years to keep that portfolio in its current condition. So not to improve it, just to keep it functioning as it is right now. Then again, we have another scenario there where we get to a 10% target. So again, if we look back at that rating of conditions, and we want to try and get in that 10 to 12% range, we would say, in order to get to a 10% target over the next 10 years, that's a $14.5 million a year investment in deferred capital and renewal maintenance. So there's some big numbers here, definitely, as we look through. In order to maintain these buildings along the way. When we look at the 5-year total, as you can see there, we're about $60 million. That's definitely a big investment. So clicking through to the next one. Oh, there we go. So as we look at the next slide, this is a comparison of FCIs over that 10-year period. So the slide we looked at previously was the dollar values that were required. This is the condition index. So again, running some of those scenarios, what happens if we spend different funding levels? So as we look at right now, the current funding scenario, or the current FCI, is that 24.5. And then we can run through and look at the different scenarios as we go here. So the 10% target, as you can see at the bottom, obviously gets us to 10%, and we've talked about the funding that would be required to get there. If we look at the $7 million scenario, the portfolio ends up at 37% at the end of that 10 years, so that's the second line up. When we look at the 1.5%, the FCI at the end of that 10-year period ends up at 49%. So we're getting into that very critical range with the 1.5%, which is, I think, $3.8 million. The next scenario up is $1 million a year. So again, spending just $1 million a year, we're at 59.5%. So we're in that critical area. And then if there's no funding spent over the next 10 years, then we're at 63%. So this is, again, an average across the portfolio. What would happen to those buildings if there's no funding spent in that time period? Removing the top 5 highest FCI buildings in the portfolio right now, just so you know, would take your FCI currently from 24.5 down to 21. So by getting rid of those top 5 buildings, that it makes an impact in that. So again, we didn't run the scenario through for 10 years with those gone, but it's an immediate drop in FCI right now. So we've got some breakdown here based on where those needs come from. So as we look at this, we can see that the highest percentage of these needs come from interior. So I'll just explain this. So as we do assessments on the buildings, we use a uniformat code. So that's an ASTM standard for classifying components of a building. So they're broken down. A is substructure, B is the shell, so roofs, windows, doors, etc. Interiors, and then in this case, we've taken the D elements and broken them down between mechanical and electrical, because that is the building, like the things that make the building run. So we've given you a little bit more detail there. Equipment, building, site on here as well. So one of the things that we didn't do here in some of the numbers that we have, we also have numbers for fleet. So the fleet that is required to maintain these buildings. So that has been removed from this particular slide. But again, as we see, most of the work is interior work, and then we move into the mechanical. So those are your HVAC systems and furnaces and things like that in the portfolio, and then the building shell, which is roofing, windows, doors. So those are going to be your highest items that are requiring attention in the next 5 years. This then just takes that same data set and breaks it down into region. So we can see here, as we look at the numbers, the highest percentage region is Pembroke at 33%, with 360 units in that particular region. Then we move into Arnprior, and then Renfrew, and finally all the surrounding areas. So this is just a breakdown of those numbers by region. I think I went too far. There we go. Nope. There we go. So next steps. So, I mean, we aren't recommending that you spend $300 million over the next 10 years to maintain buildings, or sorry, over the next 30 years to maintain your buildings. Really what needs to happen is the county needs to look at developing a long-term strategic asset management plan that looks beyond the 10-year asset management plan that you have right now. So the asset management plan that you have right now strictly addresses capital and how we can look at buildings. We need to use that longer-term strategic asset management plan as a guide to look at how we invest in our properties, how we divest of properties, potentially redevelopment of properties, and what that looks like over the next 20 or 30 years. Investing in construction of new energy-efficient housing could be advantageous, right? I mean, we reduce maintenance of existing buildings, we take advantage of sustainability, energy efficiency, et cetera, that could be a benefit in that housing portfolio, which helps achieve some long-term savings, really, in the long run. Yeah, I think, and then there was a resolution. I don't know if I'm speaking to this part. There's a resolution, I guess, that the Renfrew County Housing Corporation Board of Directors direct staff to develop a renewal and replacement strategy to maintain and grow community housing within that county, or within the county here. It's a very technical. I'm sorry. I trying to make it as digestible as possible, but.
Thank you. It was very informative. And are there any questions for open? Member from Emerson Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for the excellent presentation. This is my second time through. Actually sat in on the Community Services Committee meeting as well. I wonder if you might just perhaps provide a little more clarity. I had kind of started this at the committee, but I'm still struggling a little bit to understand the distinction between sites and assets.
So for the purpose of this breakdown, we have, sorry, let me go back to, say, this slide. So the site and the site is we'll say the surface, subsurface infrastructure that the asset is built on. So the asset being the actual physical building. So, yep, go ahead.
So is it fair to say, like on a building lot, say in my community, as opposed to multi-residential construction, is this the services, i.e. well, electricity,
correct,
et cetera? Okay.
Sanitary sewers, water supply, natural gas, all of those things that are
a
subsurface.
buildable lot?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions? Abbotston Bromley again?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I only put my hand up because in the absence of others. If I'm understanding this correctly, I think the next steps may have broached that, but this is really, the scope of this was as is, where is.
Correct.
This is the stock that you have. This is what it would take to get them into a certain FCI at each one of these expenditure levels of simply reinvesting in the structures that we have in situ and not bringing into the conversation, as you had indicated, I think in the preamble of your presentation, on market value of whether perhaps in relocating, maybe there would be some value to some properties that may be able to allow us to enhance or expand our building, or perhaps even if it is just to reestablish the same number of units, but at a lower cost, if we could realize any sort of positive revenue from relocating some of our facilities. That was never part of the scope of your work.
Correct. Yeah, the numbers that we have here are strictly based on the structures that you have currently, and the funding scenarios it would take to maintain the current structures.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. North Dakota Wilberforce and Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, yeah, kind of a scary scenario for sure. And just for clarifications, once an FCI gets to 50% or greater, is that the tipping point where you're much better to tear down and rebuild than to try and repair? Because it just seems like when you're at 50%, you're just throwing a lot of money at a building that really the lifespan has already been exhausted.
I don't know that that once you hit a 50% FCI, demolition is your go-to. Definitely repurposing structures can happen. I heard many examples of that in Allison's presentation, actually, or maybe in your presentation, where other buildings had been repurposed. So when we talk about the value of a building, it's are you getting a benefit for its current purpose? So you might have housing that I'm not really sure how you'd repurpose some housing buildings, but depending on where they are, it could be regeneration of that building, right? So is it a complete overhaul of the buildings themselves to make them more efficient, and you do that work? So it doesn't always lead to it's this number and we have to tear it down. I guess would be my real comment there.
Thank you, and I think the numbers are going to cause alarm at first glance, when the public sees it. So, I don't think the message is such that we have a pile of properties that are beyond their life. We're in dire straits. We still have very useful properties, very useful housing at this point, and we'll have to make some fairly strategic decisions on our housing portfolio over the next little while, and this is one tool to to assist us. So we're not having a fire sale next week because we value everything at $1 and it has to go. You know, Singing Sid is not here running an auction to get rid of everything. So I think, you know, I think we have to make that point. We still have valuable assets, and we can still extract some life from them as well as some value.
Yeah, I would say that to that point, that is where that strategic asset management plan comes in, because FCI is just one of the decision-making criteria that you use when you're looking at what to do with your housing portfolio. For instance, if there's a property that is the only property in a town, well, you can't tear it down, because then where do people go? So, you know, looking at the human side of everything as well, that might be a property that, yes, it might have a higher FCI, but you have to invest money in that to maintain it, because there is no other option, right? So FCI is just one of the decision criteria, for sure.
Great, thank you. And North Algona, Wilberforce, and Whitewater.
Thank you. And I guess what your presentation represents is the urgency in developing that long-term financial plan, because waiting another 5-10 years, things are certainly not going to improve.
Right.
Thank you. Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just the comment, I guess, to see if it brings forth any comment. But when I look at this, it provides us, just as you had said, I think in response to one of the previous questions, it provides us the image of how do we deal with the assets we currently have, right? And their current state.
Yes.
And there has been a cumulative underinvestment in it that has led to where we are now. So it provides us how to either get that level up or keep it at some kind of even keel. I'm interested in the other perspective. If we're going to spend, and I'll just use the figure on your slide, I'm not suggesting we would, but if we're going to spend $300 million over 30 years, how much of that should be invested in the current assets? How much of it should be invested in new assets to replace the current assets, so that the $300 million that we do spend is the most cost-effective way? We get as many doors and we have the lowest operating cost possible. We're not just putting together the current assets we have. So I appreciate your perspective of the presentation. I would be curious of that other side, the other cost benefits of those expenditures. So, thank you.
Yeah, so again, I think that's where, you know, this just being, as you look at developing that strategic asset management plan, it's really hard to think about what to do with the buildings, where to go, how to invest the money, if you don't have the current data to know what you're dealing with right now. So what we were engaged to do was to do that visual on-site assessment to gather the data of what the condition of the buildings is currently, right? Which then helps inform that longer-term plan, which may be, you know, invest in some other properties, repair these ones, right? So the next step, which is again sort of what we're recommending as your next step, is to look at, you know, let's start to develop that plan for what needs to happen. I think, as mentioned previously, what this really does is it highlights the urgency of, you know, this is something that you need to do now. You can't wait 5 years, because 5 years from now, your portfolio is going to be, you know, in that much worse condition if you're not spending money even to do the you know, maintenance that's on it right now. So.
Thank you. And I hate to use this very overused term, but we've established our baseline.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's just, I hate using that term, but I couldn't think of a better one. With that, what I'll do then is the recommendation is that County Council, pursuant to Section 239, Sub 2 of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, move into a closed meeting to discuss A, the security of the property of the municipality or local board, and C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board, building condition assessments. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Head Clerk Mariah, second by Township of Greater Madawaska. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you, Council. Okay, thank you very much. That was a very informative presentation. And again, to reassure, we've got a long road ahead of us as we plan out how to maintain our housing portfolio. At the same time, meeting the needs. We're not oblivious to the fact that, as was noted earlier today, our population is increasingly inching into an aging demographic. My demographic, in fact, 65 and over, and we're not oblivious to that there's not as many people in couples relationships. There's singles and the cost of inflation. So there will be a lot of pressures on us moving forward in these chambers. However, again, to reassure, we do all of our housing stock units are in good enough shape for people to live in and can live in for some time. Sometimes when we get reports, they're negative in the sense that they're numbers and projections out over some years, and that can cause some concern. But we should reassure everybody that we're in pretty good nick when you take a look at it. So with that, any correspondence? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we have one more delegation.
Thank you, Warden, and I could just answer the correspondence question because you asked it anyways. All the correspondence has been forwarded to the appropriate committee to be disposed of. But I would like to, for the viewing public, because it is happening outside, where we will take a recess shortly after I make this announcement, that Amy Bailey is here today from the Circle of Turtle Lodge. And of course, Monday, September 30th is the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. So we're very fortunate to once again have Amy here with us, where Ms. Bailey will walk through a ceremony acknowledging September 30th as the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, and the steps, as the Warden mentioned in his preamble address, that we are taking on an ongoing basis to work through those national calls to action. And today you'll notice on the cameras and in person that we are either wearing orange or adorn an orange ribbon, and she'll be raising an orange flag to acknowledge the children of those Indigenous families who died at residential schools several decades and not too long ago. So this flag is, of course, being raised in their memory and will be lowered as such on Monday to further acknowledge that. So, Warden, I would suggest that we do recess for the flag raising, and the ceremony would take place in the new Jamagamig garden that was erected a few years ago to acknowledge these children, acknowledge our role that we play with our Indigenous friends and neighbors, and the steps we take on truth and reconciliation.
Thank you. So with Council's indulgence, we will leave the chambers to attend the ceremony and participate, and then have lunch. So I would suggest we can be back here at about 1:15, 1:20. So we'll say 1:20. Thank you. I'd like to call on the Chair, Development and Property, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the Municipal Agriculture Economic Development and Planning Forum. Registration is now open, and this will be taking place on October the 22nd to the 24th, 2024. It's also being co-hosted with the County of Renfrew and the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness. And the event kicks off on the evening of October 22nd, and the early bird pricing is in effect until September 29th. Item number 2 is the municipal accommodation tax. And this is in regards to the City of Pembroke, which met on August 22nd, 2024, to review the agreement outlining the expectations of the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association as the eligible tourist entity to receive the municipal accommodation tax funds. And the proposed agreement is for 3 years with the term beginning January the 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2027. Item number 3 is a GIS update, and it's in regards to staff entering into a data sharing agreement with Esri to contribute data to their community maps of Canada. And this is a collaboration that will enhance Esri's base map information for our region. Item number 4 is the provincial planning statement update. And again, this was released on August the 20th, 2024, and the province of Ontario released the final version, which is set to take effect October the 20th, 2024. And the planning approval authorities are required to be consistent with the PPS when making decisions under the Planning Act. And there are a couple items in this update that do affect Renfrew County. And I was just wondering, with the chair's indulgence, if I could ask if he's online, Bruce Howarth, to speak to those. I believe there's 3 parts of the update that will affect Renfrew County. One is coordination, one is climate change, and the other one is agriculture.
Yes, Mr. Howarth, please go ahead and make your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Chair Brose. So I actually just got out of a session. I'm at an OPPI conference right now and just got out of a session where they have introduced the new PPS, and there are a lot of changes to this document that is applicable province-wide. And one of the biggest changes was deleting what was formerly known as the growth plan, which applied in the Greater Golden Horseshoe area. And a lot of those changes were incorporated into the new provincial planning statement, which is applied across the province. But again, the changes are largely focused on that GTA area and incorporating a lot of those changes. So most of them are, again, focused on housing. We are in a housing crisis, and a lot of the policies are looking at ways to assist us in getting housing built and getting the units to market. So the 3 areas that were highlighted were cultural heritage, agriculture, and climate change. So with regards to cultural heritage, one of the biggest changes that we're required to talk to and coordinate early with our First Nations group. So this is going to be a change for us. We're going to need to set up some meetings with our local First Nations group and figuring out what that approach is going to be to collaborate with them and to consult with them early and engage with them early. At this time, we don't have any provincial guidance standards or any types of recommendations with exactly spelling out how to engage with them, but that's something that we'll be undertaking moving forward. With regards to climate change, this is obviously a topic that has come up quite frequently over the last year. We are in the process of creating a climate action plan for the County of Renfrew. This is not a plan that would be applicable for to the development standards or to other local municipalities or to other agencies. This is looking at County of Renfrew itself and what can we do to improve our greenhouse gas emissions and what can we do as an organization to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. There are policies now in the PPS, though, saying that when we're reviewing development applications, we are to be taking a climate lens and looking at how through development and how the way that we create housing and other development that we can have a positive impact on climate change. And the third area that for highlighting is changes to the agricultural policies. So there's two key policy changes here. The first one is with regards to the number of residential units that can be built on a farm. So instead of previously you could have one house and then potentially some accommodations for farm help. The policy has changed to allow 3 dwellings per agricultural property. And there are restrictions with regards to severing those houses. So just like right now, if you have a house in agriculture, if you have a property in the agricultural area, the whole intention is to protect that agricultural soil and make sure that that production of that agriculture can continue. The policies that have been introduced are to allow up to 3 more dwellings. You can't sever them from the farm holding. They are intended to be supportive of that agricultural business and allow them for whether it's family succession or farm help. So you can have these extra houses, but they are intended to be built into a cluster, built into the existing, I'll say like the development area around the existing house or the existing farm buildings, so that they're having as minimal impact on that agricultural operation as possible. And one of the last larger significant issue for the agricultural area is that we are now going to be required to designate prime agricultural lands using a agricultural systems approach. So this is something that was carried over from the growth plan policies and is now applicable to everyone in Ontario. So the municipalities and counties that are in that growth plan area are already familiar with the system, but it's now going to be applicable to Renfrew County and a whole bunch of other Eastern Ontario municipalities. So when we go to update our official plan, we'll now have to take an agricultural systems approach. It is a different way of identifying and designating agricultural land, and it will actually expand how much land is designated that agricultural system. So instead of just protecting the first 3 classes of agricultural land, the class 1, 2s, and 3s, instead of looking at just soil type, it's expanded to look at how are properties used and looking at the whole area. And if the properties are used for agricultural purposes, then those areas should receive those same supports. So the report does highlight a whole bunch of other changes that will have impacts to Renfrew County. We will need to eventually update our official plan in the not so distant future. And so that will be a process and a task that we will have to undertake. But in the meantime, I will leave it at that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howarth. And of course, the information is attached in your agenda as well. Moving on to resolutions, item number 5. This is the Municipal Services Corporation Communal Servicing Resolution number DP-C-24-08-83, that the Development and Property Committee directs staff to continue to explore options for a municipal services corporation for communal servicing as presented.
Mr. Kelly?
Sorry, just a quick point of order. Sorry, Chair. That was just an information item. That information item was passed in August, and that I believe that the staff report was being brought forward to County Council, and that's what Mr. Howarth was able to present to you today, if need be.
Okay, my
Sorry,
apologies.
just for the clarification.
Thank you for the clarification. So resolutions then start with item number 6, which is the Regional Incentive Program. And it's resolution number DP-CC-24-08-84, moved by Chair, seconded by committee, that County Council directs staff to undertake an official plan amendment to enable policies that would allow the county to provide grants loans to local community improvement plan initiatives, which includes the preparation of a regional incentive program, that the regional incentives program has a staff delegated governance structure, and that the regional incentives program include a recommended funding amount for council to consider in the 2025 budget. And of course, the background was already presented to Council when Junior Planner Nicole Moore. Well, she will be, again, doing a review or an overview of the attached report regarding the Regional Incentives Plan. And item number 7 under bylaws is an addendum. It's the co-ownership agreement with the town of Deep River. Resolution number DP-CC-23-09-108, that County Council directs staff in partnership with the town of Deep River to present and negotiate an offer to purchase the former Keys Public School property for the purpose of community and/or residential use, and that the town of Deep River and county staff have negotiated and presented an offer to purchase to the Renfrew County District School Board, which has been informally agreed to, and the former real estate transaction documents have yet to be executed. And the proposed co-ownership agreement describes how the County of Renfrew and the town of Deep River will collaborate on this project. And all of this is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Eamon, Lynch, McKenzie, Service, Watt, and Weir. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. And Mr. Howarth, could you help me out and give us some information on the Municipal Services Corporation? I can't remember much about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can. So at the August, I believe that's correct, the August session of County Council, I did have a presentation that was provided, and it provided some background information with regards to what these municipal service corporations are. It also talks about the issue of decentralized water and wastewater services. And we brought back that information to the DMP committee, and they provided that recommendation that staff continue to review and look at this as an option. And it was mainly following an example that was provided by Frontenac County, where they created this municipal service corporation that would be in charge of assuming the operation and maintenance and provision of water and wastewater services through these decentralized systems, as opposed to incorporating or get them into a larger scale municipal system or relying on private individual servicing, which would be a well and septic system. So the report was there, and I did provide that overview, but I'm happy to provide any additional information or answer any questions that Council has.
Okay, thank you. We'll work our way through the report and give that a chance to percolate through members. Members of Council, your comments, questions, concerns on item number 1. We've had a note back from Minister Flack. I believe he's not able to make it, so we're still waiting to hear from Minister Thompson, I believe is the other minister we've invited. Item number 2. Item number 3. Item number 4. So just while okay, the member from Madison Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Howarth, I noted that there's a couple of questions. One is a process. Deal with that first. That with these changes, that the official plan is going to be needing updating. So our community at Madison Bromley, I believe, was in the second tranche of having our zoning bylaw revised and updated. I think it's 20 years old. Now, of course, there have been numerous amendments to that, but it is still a 20-year-old document. I'm curious what this, and I preface this, I recognize that there has been substantial turmoil or upheaval in the planning realm over the last several years. But ultimately, what impact is this going to have on the continuation of the upgrade and revision of each of the lower tiers official zoning bylaws?
Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Yes, it's going to have an impact. With regards to how it impacts the work programs for updating local zoning bylaws, we're going to try to keep with the program that we've established and continue to process and work through updating local zoning bylaws as we can. So that is something that we don't plan to delay. We want to continue working through that. And you took the words out of my mouth. This is actually one of the themes of the Ontario Professional Planning Institute conference that I'm at right now. It's how do we move forward? How do we keep on planning in this times of change where the rules seem to keep changing on us faster than we can keep up with them? One of the key items of the PPS is that it does come into effect on October 20th. So regardless of what our official plan says, we as planning staff and you as members of council, both at the upper tier and the local municipalities, your decisions are required to be consistent with that PPS, regardless of if our official plan is up to date with them or not. So the PPS is going to be in force as of October 20th, and we will have to be make those decisions. So we're planning on, we don't have the full plan yet of exactly how to do it, but with regards to zoning bylaws, we'll continue to work away at those. We don't want to delay that work because it is important. And how it impacts the timing for when we update our official plan, that is going to be a discussion that we'll have to have. There will be budget implications. There will be some significant ones with regards to how do we upgrade or update the mapping to with specific regards to the agricultural systems. There are also more requirements with regards to housing targets that now as the upper tier were mandated to assign and allocate targets. This was a big conversation last time when we updated it. Those provisions have been carried forward and are almost strengthened, but those targets are also supposed to match, instead of having us to do our own population projections and allocations, we're supposed to be matching the numbers provided by the Ministry of Finance. So there are some key changes. We will need to update our official plan, and we'll need to work with our local municipalities on when and how that's done. And but in the I think that answered the question. I'm sorry if I'm rambling. Thank you.
No, thank you. We can understand the need to ramble. Supplementary?
A supplementary on this particular one. I did have a more specific question, but on this one, Mr. Howarth, I believe, had identified that notwithstanding what your official plan or what your zoning bylaw says, with the change to the provincial policy statement or provincial planning statement, I believe they're calling it now, thou shalt adhere to the new PPS. So ultimately, I'm assuming that that has likely been the case in the myriad number of bills and acts and statutes that have come forward, that I'm presuming the very professional staff that we have at the County of Renfrew, but someone has been tasked with dropping the breadcrumbs at each step that we can always find our way back to be able to move forward again, because I have lost the plot. That is only slightly tongue-in-cheek on the breadcrumbs, because the planning environment, at least those of us that were immersed in it, had some sense of it, even if members of our community generally didn't. But that is beginning to fail me now. It is really, I have a tenuous grasp on what this is. So I do commend the staff to be able to keep track of how we are advancing, because we're not advancing linearly, that's for sure. The second more specific point, Mr. Warden, was with respect to agriculture. And I think on the agricultural system approach, this may be formalizing. That has been the approach that OMAFRA has had on input into official plans for quite some time. I know in our community, I'm assuming Councillor Nicholson will have heard the same in his. Often I hear the question of, that is marginal farmland at best. Why is that being considered as ag zoning? And typically, several years ago, OMAFRA, I don't know if it's OMAFRA anymore, but the Ministry of Agriculture inverted their approach, where typically, unless there was substantial, real productive farmland in an area, it remained rural if it was essentially embedded in a largely rural section of a municipality. That is now inverted. It doesn't matter which is the more prevalent. If there is agricultural land and lots of pockets within that of rural, they are now defaulting towards it is going to become rural. And it's important for this council and this community to understand that certainly in Western Ontario, it is an enormous challenge of having spread, dispersed urban populations. It does not lend itself towards agriculture and large equipment, et cetera. So it's not driven by OMAFRA, it is driven by farmers in other areas that are typically challenged in the modern farm practices. So that was one point. The other one is with the respect to the additional, and I want to be quite clear, particularly for those of my community that may be watching this, is, as I believe I heard you, if there is a farmhouse now, there is an opening or an allowance for up to 3 additional, not 2, because that's what I thought it was, additionally 3 total. But perhaps if you could elaborate a little bit on the surplus dwelling, and for those who may not be completely familiar, ultimately, if a large farm expanded and bought a farm beside them that had a house on it, didn't need the house, that house could be declared surplus, and that was the only means, essentially, of having a severance on agricultural zoned lands. That will still continue, I'm presuming, but if you could, if through you, Mr. Warden, if Mr. Howarth could elaborate a little bit on what these additional dwellings and what the restrictions would be, so as to make sure that members of my community can be quite clear that this is not a means towards residential development.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you. Yes, the policies will allow, if you already have one house, it will allow 2 additional ones for up to 3 houses per the farmhouse. So 1 original farmhouse plus 2, or if it's a vacant piece of agricultural land, you could construct 3 dwellings. So up to 3 dwellings, the same, but by allowing the 3 dwellings, it does not change the lot creation policies of the PPS, or that restriction on creating lots, residential, non-agriculture residential lots in the agricultural area are still not allowed, other than when it has been determined to be surplus, and there are specific criteria for that. So this policy change will not allow somebody to build a house in a prime agricultural area and then sever it. So if a farmer takes advantage of this change in policy and does build additional dwelling units, whether it's 1 additional one or 2 additional ones, they will not be able to sever that house from the grouping of that from that farm property in the future. So they can have multiple, but can't sever it off.
Okay, and just
supplementary.
For a finer, thank you, Mr. Chair, for a fine point then, where currently, let's suppose on one of my properties, I have a house, a single house, that if I were to declare that surplus, then I could have that severed and sold. If in fact then I build a second house for either hired staff or for family, then ultimately is there no option for any of the residences to be declared surplus?
Through you, Chair. The grouping of houses could be severed together. So if you were building a secondary dwelling unit on that farm property, and that qualifies as a surplus dwelling area, you'd have to sever off as a surplus both dwellings together. You wouldn't be allowed to create one separate lot for each of the houses. It would have to be going as, if you're going to build a secondary one, they will always be combined and be into a unit.
Just final then, essentially, so whether there's 1 home, 2 homes, or 3 homes, ultimately, they can all be declared surplus and sold as a unit, being 3 residential units, or none can be, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so with that, seeing, oh, I'm sorry, TGM, Bonshire Valley, and then Whitewater.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Mr. Howarth, I noticed it's not mentioned in your document or not, but I noticed in the wording for rural, they took out the word limited development. I don't see it saying limited development on rural now anymore. With taking out the word limited, how does that affect us?
Thank you, through you. So yeah, there are quite a few, I'll say, tweaks into the rural area. So some of them some of the policies are saying focus on your rural development in your settlement areas. But if you don't have settlement areas, then you're allowed rural development outside of that. The policies of the PPS are to be read as a whole and as a comprehensive document. The way that has been interpreted is that the PPS is allowed to be implemented through the official plan policies and tailored to each local municipality is allowed to tailor it to their local needs, provided it doesn't really, as long as it stays consistent with that. So this rural area policy, sometimes I know they can seem to conflict when we have one policy saying all your rural development needs to be going into your rural settlement areas, but then also you're allowed to have rural development. So there is these two policies that are intended to work together. So say we do have lots of natural, we'll call them natural resource areas or natural environment areas that are desirable for recreational properties or whether it's on our lakes or rivers or just in our rural areas. Our policies right now, the official plan, we've always taken the position that these are our areas that we allow residential growth to occur, but we also allow that growth to occur in our settlement areas. So those policies we think work together to say, yes, we encourage growth in our settlement areas. We want that to happen, but also we're not limiting our growth in our rural areas. We still want that to happen as well. We wanted to grow our recreation opportunities, whether it's around again, those lakes and waterfront areas, or whether it could be around one of our resort communities, whether it's at the Calabogie skiing area or around the resource that we have with the Ottawa River and some of those tourist operations as well down there for the whitewater rafting.
Thank you. And Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. Hi, Bruce. I'm just wondering from a financial perspective, how much time, money, and energy are you going to have to put into rewriting our OP and delineating it down to our comprehensive zoning bylaws? Because I feel that every time the provincial government decides to change one of these very important key documents, it falls upon our ratepayers to pay for our documents to fulfill what the province is saying. Or are you hearing any chatter from your colleagues since you're at the conference?
Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't want to put a dollar amount on it because I really don't know at this time. I'm going to make a suggestion to, I'm not sure if I'm speaking out of turn here, but for a CAO to consider, and we'll obviously have to think about how to implement and again, work with our local municipalities. But this is a fairly significant undertaking. And so I would hoping that we will be able to do an RFP and have a consultant to take care of the next update for the official plan, to undertake that mapping exercise and especially that agricultural systems approach, and then figuring out how we can work that into the new policies of the plan. So I don't have a number I can give to you, but it is taking a significant amount of time and effort, just even understanding the changes and how they're going to go. And it is taking a significant amount of time. And then when it trickles down to the zoning bylaw, I know roughly when we update local zoning bylaw, those projects are costing in staff time probably $40,000 to $50,000 per bylaw. So as it trickles down, the official plan will cost a significant amount of money, and then per bylaw, each of the local municipalities is probably looking in that range as we update the mapping component of that or the provisions in there. So it is significant.
Thank you. And Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Warden. I just wanted to highlight, I thought it was a great summary. We had received the same from our planner, and I'm sure you touched base with each other before. The 15%, I just highlight that, the 15% that you talked about in terms of the target for new housing units to be affordable, I just linked that back to the CAO's comments this morning where we're getting 0% right now. So we've made it an encouragement as part of our official plan, and where our result is 0. So it'll be interesting to see how, in future discussions, how that we might have to think of a different strategy there. The other two areas that are a concern for me and probably similarly rural municipalities is is the definition of rural settlement areas and the encouragement to use those, as well as the comments they're making in there about partial services. They talk about centralized water, centralized sewer and individual water, where we have the opposite. We have centralized water and individual sewer, and they're not encouraging development in those cases, which is something that we still need to work our way through, and I acknowledge that's far down the list, but on the list. The two questions that I wanted to forward on is just maybe Mr. Harworth could talk a little bit about the changing in the appeal rights that have come down recently as a result of this PPS. And then a second question after that, please, Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, Warden. Yeah, so the PPS itself doesn't impact the appeal rights, but when they were introduced in the PPS, they also introduced a legislation change to the Planning Act. So under the Planning Act, that's where municipalities are given their authority to plan, and that is where property owners or developers are given their rights to appeal. We have seen over the last 3 or 4 years a reduction of appeal rights. First, it was plans of subdivision where nobody could appeal a plan of subdivision, and then it was expanded to consents and minor variances, and now it lastly has been expanded to zoning bylaws and official plan amendments. So unless there are a couple exceptions, so it's not across the board, but it mainly comes down to if a developer submits an application now in your community, council makes a decision, and that decision cannot be appealed by any member of the public. So there are key agencies that can still appeal. The person who submits the application can still appeal, but when it comes down to the community has largely lost any ability to appeal any decision of council.
Thank you. And supplementary.
Thank you, Warden. And the final question is just to reinforce the ag systems approach. I'm just wondering, I can appreciate the different, from a land planning use in terms of the types of soils and how the property is defined between 1 to 7 categories of ag property. Does it also include the future economic development? Like, are we talking about looking at the ag system and saying, the farms are getting bigger, does that change production? Are we looking for almost agricultural industrial land to be identified in order to support an agricultural system? And is that something we need to consider here in the county?
Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, Warden. So I'm going to choose again my words carefully here. And I actually do, there is a presentation that I'm hoping to attend tomorrow on this very topic about ag systems mapping, and I'll do a quick plug as well, a little off topic, but I think it was mentioned that we are hosting in the county a agriculture economic development forum that the province supports, and we host it. And this is one of the key topics that we are hoping will be discussed. And we are desperately scrambling for a speaker to find somebody to come in and speak to us on it. That's part of one of my networking things I'm doing right now, is trying to get that speaker to come in and to speak to this topic, because it's going to be new for us. It's going to be a completely different way of mapping it. With regards to the question about the economic development lands as part of the agricultural lands, so my understanding is that no, those types of, we'll call that a non-agricultural use. So the industrial style uses that could go into an industrial park, that should be kept away from the agricultural land as much as possible. Both the provincial policy statement and our official plan, we do promote and encourage and support on-farm diversified uses, and whether that's like a tourism type use. So for example, we can think of the Hughley's Farm, or we could think of more industrial style uses. And for example, I'm not sure how many people are familiar with the Clacy Farm out in past the Beachburg area, where they have like a biodigester and a bunch of energy generation facilities, or whether it's grain drying. So that type of on-farm diversified use, that is also supported and encouraged. So it depends on the scale of the economic development that you're talking about. If it's associated with a farm and supporting a on-farm business, it would be permitted and encouraged. subject to some limitations with regards to size and impact on the soil. But for the large manufacturing or other types of, we'll think of like a farm implement store, a sales location, ideally that would not be located in a prime agricultural area. I hope I got the essence of the question there.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions on item 4, we'll move to item 5, Municipal Service Corporation. Bruce, you already did. Mr. Howarth, well, I see Whitewater first, and then I'll ask Mr. Howarth if there's anything he wants to add. So, Whitewater?
I'm good, Warden, to give the floor to Bruce if he wants to speak first.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Howarth?
Thank you, Warden. So I did have a presentation that we provided, and I'm not sure if Gwen can pull it up on the screen or not, but the report was submitted for information, and it talked about communal services, exactly what they are. One of the changes in the PPS, I think slightly, I didn't really highlight it in my update, but one of the changes that was made was a specific reference to decentralized services. So it is understood that in certain circumstances, a decentralized, or we'll call it like a development-specific water and wastewater system can be very advantageous. It can help, if we pick a community such as, I think the two that were mentioned last council meeting were Calbogie or Foymount. Here we have 2 locations. There's already a cluster of existing residential uses. Opportunities for growth can be limited due to private servicing, so they require large lot areas, and sometimes that can impact the way that you can develop your community and has impacts on walkability or the way that the community looks and feels and support, and how much support there could be for some of your other businesses or commercial endeavors. So by bringing in a decentralized or site-specific water or wastewater system, you can really increase density and really increase that and create a better environment, a better village feel. And so there's a lot of benefits that can occur. One of the challenges with these in the past has been municipalities have been reluctant to assume ownership of them. And so developers would, when they were proposed, would come in with and have a condominium typically, would be responsible for the ownership and maintenance of that system. But under the Environmental Protection Act, where a private corporation is in charge of one of these systems, it is required to have a municipal responsibility agreement with the local municipality. And that responsibility agreement essentially says, in the event of a default, in the event of a major failure, say that company goes bankrupt, walks away, or experiences a catastrophic failure and just it can't support it, in that event is the municipality's obligation to come in and fix it, whether that's just doing the repairs and then giving it back to the condominium corporation or actually assuming ownership of it. So municipalities have rightly so been hesitant for that, and to protect themselves and their ratepayers, they've been asking for essentially 100% securities, so that in the event of a default, the municipality has that cash sitting there that they can go in, make the necessary repairs, and then the people living there will again have their water and wastewater services available to them. So that is obviously having to pay for essentially the system twice, once when you're building it, and then for securities to be held in perpetuity, just in case they're needed. That is largely unfeasible and makes a lot of these projects financially unfeasible. So the proposal from Frontenac County was, instead of the municipality going in and assuming ownership or maintenance for these systems, they would create this municipal service corporation, which was permitted under the Municipal Act, and that ownership would go into the corporation, who could just provide that for that one system, or they could also go and provide that same service for municipalities outside of that local boundary. So Frontenac County has 4 townships, and none of them offer any water and wastewater services right now. And so Frontenac County decided we would, jointly with their local municipalities, that they would create this municipal service corporation that would assume ownership of these systems when they're constructed and then be responsible for operating them. And then it would be operate like a utility. So the people who are benefiting from that service would pay for it. So then it's not the rest of the ratepayers on the hook for making sure that it's upgraded or maintained in that system. And maybe I'll stop there, Chair, and then see if there's any specific questions with regards to that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I think we should add that although Frontenac County has done a considerable amount of work on this concept, they're still not on the ground. They still have several, at least 2 assessments / referrals / approvals from the Ministry of Environment, 2 different branches of the Ministry of Environment. That seems to be a stumbling block. The ministry, each division doesn't talk to the other division seemingly, and so there's different timelines for things. So they are struggling with that at this point. So it's a good concept, but it's not on the ground yet. Is there any other questions? Okay, Bon Valley, then Mr. Bromley.
Thank you, Warden. And I've said to everybody that's asked me about communal water or communal wastewater, I would like to see Frontenac up in action and have it proved out before I would even consider trying to get buy-in, because one of the communities that would be perfect for this is in my township, in Foymount, where they do have well problems and they do have septic problems, but I wouldn't even ask for buy-in until I knew that it was a worthwhile venture. Do you agree, Bruce? Like, is this something that we should have a wait-and-see approach to see, like, because Frontenac isn't up and running?
Yeah, through you, Warden, absolutely. So I think in the report also, we did highlight a number of the concerns we have as staff with regards to this. Yeah, and you are absolutely, and the Warden is absolutely right. In Frontenac County, they've created the corporation, but they don't have any systems online yet. And it's still a wait and see. Each of these systems would still need to receive the approvals and environmental compliance approvals from the ministry. And so it's not just a simple approve it and it's done. There are several checks and balances, and it would be a long-term effort to create this corporation and then figuring out exactly how is it going to work, who's going to sit on it, how are we going to manage it and operate it. So there's a lot of questions that are unanswered at this time, and I have reservations on a number of factors. There's other questions about exactly when and where do we want to support these. So while in Foymount, it may make a lot of sense, and maybe a great opportunity not only to correct existing issues, but then to allow some growth. In other communities or locations, it may not make a lot of sense. I think part of the comments that were provided were when we're creating growth or developing our communities, we need to put a lot of thought into what are the other services that our residents need. You know, how are we going to provide school for those people, fire, ambulance, healthcare? All those factors come into play. And so if we are all of a sudden creating a significant density far away from our other service areas where a lot of those services are provided, that's going to increase cost to provide those services. So are we prepared for those additional costs? So I think a lot of thought needs to be put into, if we're going to be going down this path, some good, clear policies of when we're going to do this, when does it make sense for that corporation to consider decentralized services, and where does it not?
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bromley, and then McNabb side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you through to Mr. Howarth as well. Again, a very comprehensive yet condensed report. I think the first point just actually kind of was brought to mind based on Councillor Murphy's suggestion, and I'm sure in our archives there will be volumes on Foymount, because if it was to go back to a communal system, I think it would be going full circle. It would sound like it's deja vu all over again, because in fact, when it ceased to be a Canadian Forces base, part of the Pine Tree Line, while I was not yet that engaged in municipal affairs, I do note that it was an incredibly thorny issue on the Canadian military packing up and departing and leaving behind water treatment and potable water systems. And I know that that was an enormous challenge for then Sebastopol. So I think we probably have some volumes of information available in that era when that happened. On the larger question, I think that Councillor Murphy's, I'm in alignment with Councillor Murphy's suggestion because I'm somewhat confused. I know in Mr. Howarth's presentation, he disclosed or discussed that it would be user pay, and as I understand, it's already user pay for those who have water systems. I don't think it is the larger levy. I think it is a very precise levy only to those who are participating in it. So that doesn't seem to be any different. And from a 30,000-foot level, it seems like we're making smaller systems but bigger governance in the approach that is being proposed here. So I am certainly would endorse Councillor Murphy's wait and see proposition. I think that I am always given to considering new ideas and new ways of doing business, but I have yet to see how this is going to be an improvement on what we are seeing now.
Thank you. And member from McNabb Braeside and then Whitewater.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So this Municipal Service Corporation is of great interest to developers in our jurisdiction and a few of the other ones around. If the province has this mandate of building as many homes as they want to, they certainly need to look beyond the cities, beyond the towns, into the townships for areas of opportunity to have higher density housing on land that would be developed otherwise with estate-sized lots. So we have been we've had a number of meetings with the developers in our township, and we attended, Mr. Howarth joined us down to New Terra, which is a place in operation out of Brockville, which has thousands of these systems across the world. There's only I forget the exact number, and not a lot in Ontario, but that has more to do with the regulatory hurdles than it does the ability of these systems to function. In third world countries, for example, these are solving a lot of their housing issues. And as we grow as much as we have grown and will be growing, we have the similar sort of housing pressures as we all know. If we take a wait and see attitude, we certainly want to wait and follow along with Frontenac because as they presented to this council last year, they've been at it for 7 years, I think. Well, I guess it's 8 years now. And that predated a lot of the recent mandates and pushed by the province. But we certainly don't want to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of lessons to be learned from Frontenac. But the alternative to this is $10 million water plant and $10 million wastewater plant, and given the rural nature of everything outside of the towns, that could never be practical, I don't think. So I believe this water and wastewater systems, communal, opens up a lot of possibilities. I think the Frontenac experience shows us how the province needs to help and step in and streamline this process if they're truly serious about using every opportunity to meet this huge housing crisis that we have in front of us and is only going to continue, as we all know, for the next decade. If we want to make this all about just expanding the big cities, then in the Golden Horseshoe, then I guess that's what it is. But I think if we want to take advantage of what will be a new influx of people interested in moving to Renfrew County, we just heard about the labor issues. We're looking for affordable housing. We heard more about that earlier. It's housing. I don't understand why we wouldn't take a serious look at this as soon as possible. We've made the first step with this report, but I don't think it's going to be as onerous to form a municipal service corporation as it has been for Frontenac, for Renfrew County. So I'm not sure what the next steps are, but I think we've got enough information in front of us from Frontenac's experience to decide whether or not we really want to go down this route in the near future. I think they've been at it long enough for us to be able to make an informed decision on that and whether or not it fits in with our strategic plan and our long-term needs. Because we're such a big county, it is different township to township what the needs are, and we have to be careful that we don't project any one particular areas of the county's needs on the rest of the county. But certainly in McNabb-Braeside, the developers are very interested. Council is interested in hearing more about it, and we're definitely not in a wait-and-see mode in McNabb-Braeside. Thank you.
Thank you. And Whitewater, please.
Warden, I'll again yield to Bonnechere Valley. I think she wants to speak to some of the points that were just raised.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to my colleague from McNabb-Braeside. I think, number one, we're talking apples and oranges. When Bruce mentioned Foymount, that would, to begin with, be a buy-in from the people that already live there in order to have growth. If we're talking a brand new development, then in my opinion, much like bringing pipes in the ground to any new development, that would be on the developer. That also being said, Frontenac got $1 million from CMHC. So if we could if we could have that kind of money thrown our way, then this might be a very different discussion. But I still contend that if Frontenac doesn't even have sign-offs from some of our pretty major ministries, I want to see how that goes, because I don't want to be throwing good money after bad, trying to fix something, 5 years down the road when we don't have approvals. So that's the road I was going down, because again, Foymount would be amazing, and it would be amazing for growth, but I think we'd want to get the households that are there on a system to begin with. So, sorry, apples and oranges, thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Kelly, I'm going to depend on your memory about the monies that were received through Frontenac.
Thank you, Warden, and to Council. So just to clarify one point, EORN applied for the Housing Supply Challenge, and EORN received $1 million, of which Frontenac County received $100,000. What is knowledgeable, or what is great knowledge about that, is that this report that is being tag teamed between EORN and the consultant group 2B, 2B consultant, I can't remember the full term, 2B developments, will be providing best practices and a template for all municipalities to learn from. So that should be forthcoming, I'm supposing, the next few months, at least by the end of the year, as well as applying for the next phase of the Affordable Housing Challenge, I think, which is deadline's coming up shortly, at least to in terms of hearing about that. So just to clarify.
My apologies. I did know that it was 100,000. I think I just got really, I've got Chinese food brain. My apologies.
Okay, thank you. And member from Whitewater.
Thank you, Warden. 3 questions. First one's easy. I'm wondering if we can just confirm from the chair's perspective, the item that's on the agenda today, item number 5, the resolution, are we asking, like the committee is recommending to council to continue to investigate this? Or what is the?
That was confirmed in August, so essentially this is the follow-up. We were going to hear from Mr. Howarth in August, but we ran out of time. So we've tagged it onto the rest of this report. So that at this point, there's no decision, it was just more information.
Sorry,
Sure.
that went right over my head.
Okay, so I'm going to assist the warden a little bit.
Oh, thank you.
It's okay. Not that the warden needs to be assessed, but just in terms of the role of the clerk and deputy clerk. So what you're seeing here, that's the resolution that was passed the D&P committee in August, right? And basically the resolution says bring back a report to council. The report came back to council. It was tabled until now, and this report is now in front of you today. There's no action to be taken today.
Good, thank you, Warden. My other 2 points then, that just clarifies what the aim of this discussion is. My first point is that at the OEMC conference, there was one of the developers, and I want to say it's the name that Councillor McKenzie spoke to, but I can't remember the name of the company. And I had an interesting conversation with them about price point. When does a system like this become affordable? Especially for those small rural developments. And of course, we all know some of the circumstances we're in within the municipalities about unaffordable water and wastewater treatment plants. So it's interesting to me. I'm always trying to look for how can we make things get delivered in a more cost-effective and affordable manner. I'm not sure the solution is there yet for those circumstances. However, I do acknowledge that where applicable, where it makes sense for a large apartment complex or condo or a large subdivision, where it fits in with the planning principles in our official plan and ties into the other resources, this may be a perfect solution. The challenge for the developer is really the promissory note for its future failure. They're being asked to put $1 million aside or $5 million aside and promise that in 20 years from now, that $5 million will be available in case the system crashes. The developers are saying that's untenable. I won't do that development in that specific spot because that's untenable. What I'm understanding is that problem is exactly what EORN, CMHC, Frontenac is looking at. And they're trying to come up with a solution, a template by which to take that risk and spread it across a number of applicants. So it's not just one promissory note for $5 million, it's a smaller promissory note. That's my understanding, and I'd welcome interpretations from others. But based on that, I tend to agree with the way that this approach is that we as a county may not be able to come up with a solution because we may not have a bunch of these unique situations where this development could occur. We can't risk manage those promissory notes, but EORN could, or the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus could. So I'm supportive of we watch what's happening at EORN and ask for staff to come back with a subsequent report once the final report by 2B and EORN is complete. How do we fit into that? How do we tie into this where it makes sense according to our official plan?
Thank you. And I think that's a really good way to wrap it up. I'll just add one small thought. Mr. Howarth, when you have an opportunity, could you present to us, just in a written report, the number of small systems that are operating in the county of Renfrew right now where the municipality has assumed the risk? Because I believe at one point the ministry had a cutoff of up to 54 or 55 units or something like that. And there are several like that that are already operated by the developer, but the municipalities have assumed the risk. They had to take on the risk in the 80s and 90s. So if you could generate that at some point, we'd appreciate it. All right, and next we'll move to item number 6, and we have Ms. Moore to make a presentation on regional incentive program. Please go on. I was looking for gold up here.
Thank you, Chair and Council, for your time today. So I'm Nicole Moore. I'm a junior planner with the Development and Property Department, and today I will be providing an overview of the Council report, which looks into affordable housing supports and the possibility of establishing a regional incentives program. Before I proceed, I would like to acknowledge the contributions made by co-author Leewin Zuel, who was our department's co-op planning student for the summer. She was a tremendous help, did a lot of the background work in terms of data collection and compiling that. As well, she helped to co-present to the different committees this past summer. And our department wishes her all the best as she continues her studies at the University of Waterloo. So with that, I'm just going to get into some of the contextual background for this report. So addressing housing availability and affordability in Renfrew County is one of the key goals of the county's strategic plan. Pursuantly, the county has established several programs and initiatives to date to help with the housing crisis. This includes updates to the official plan and local zoning bylaws to reduce regulation restrictions on housing and the adoption of provisions to support additional dwelling units on existing lots. Another initiative was launching the MESA program, which takes a housing-first approach to support those who are precariously housed. The county is also exploring the possibility of using county-owned lands as development sites, in addition to working with the private development sector and not-for-profit groups for the creation of additional affordable/attainable housing. And then lastly, there's the Eastern Ontario Warden's Caucus 7 and 7 Plus plan, which was introduced to increase housing supply. There we go. So the other aspect that prompted this report was the Renfrew County Housing Summit, which was hosted this past April. The meeting was held to enable stakeholders to discuss challenges and strategies for improving housing affordability, accessibility, and supply in Renfrew County. So at this summit, participants identified the pressing need for increasing funding, as this is a prominent challenge experienced when developing affordable housing. To address this need, the Housing Summit made the following recommendations, which you can see on screen there. So those include that the county explore community improvement plans, or CIPs, and regional incentive programs, or RIPs, to stimulate private and nonprofit sector development in attainable housing. Additionally, they asked to look into to incentivize private sector landlords to offer affordable housing, to increase funding and revise criteria for housing repair programs, and to advocate for additional funding for rent supplement programs. Following the structure of the report, these next few sections here are just going to delve into CIPs and RIPs. And this slide here just provides a little bit of the legislative basis for that. So Section 28 of the Planning Act speaks to community improvement activities, including who can conduct them and where they can occur. So within this section, it's stipulated that only local municipalities and certain prescribed upper-tier municipalities can establish their own community improvement plans. The County of Renfrew is not one of those prescribed upper-tier municipalities, therefore we cannot have a CIP. However, there is a subsection 7.2, that says that upper-tier municipalities can provide grants or loans to support an existing CIP within a local municipality. So this is kind of where that concept of a regional incentives program comes from. In order to be able to implement the regional incentives program, there has to be an enabling policy within the official plan that permits the county to provide support to local CIPs. Again, I'll emphasize that only existing incentives within existing CIPs can be supported. So what this means is that if an incentive isn't locally available, such as a brownfield incentive or the like, the county cannot provide a local municipality with funds for this purpose. There we go. So as part of Lewin and Meyer's research, we looked into the existing CIPs within the county. And out of the 17 member local municipalities, only 7 have active CIPs, and you can see the list there on screen. Many of the other municipalities have expressed interest in creating or revitalizing their CIP, but they haven't, unfortunately, due to a lack of funds and/or staff resources. So among the CIPs that are presently active, there are a variety of incentives available. Some of the common types include those you can see on screen, including signage and facade improvement, accessibility improvement, landscaping and parking improvement, tax increment equivalent grant and similar initiatives, as well as shoreline restoration. There are also a few special incentives provided by only a couple of the municipalities in the county, with some of the examples including building improvements / energy efficiency, agriculture value added, and shoreline restoration. I did not look at my notes correctly. I apologize. So moving on to funding. Funding typically comes from the municipal property tax and is approved on an annual basis through local councils' budgets. When it comes to specific budgeted amounts, that tends to vary between municipalities as well as depends on the year. On screen are the budgeted amounts for 2024, with the average CIP budget being around $30,000 per municipality. So the other aspect of our research was looking into existing regional incentive programs and seeing what we could learn from them. So we looked into a variety of counties, though we mainly focused on those you can see on screen. And one of the main aspects that we looked into was governance, where we found there was typically one of two models that are adopted, which are either committee or staff-led. So the first of these is the committee-led model. And this committee will generally consist of appointed county council members, staff, and/or residents, with the process generally being as follows. So first, an application will be received by the local municipality, and then it is forwarded for review to the committee. The committee will review this based on a pre-established set of criteria, and from that they'll make a recommendation. That recommendation will then make its way to council, and they will be the ones who make the decision. Afterwards, the applicant will be informed if they're successful or not, and if they are, they will undertake the work. They will provide some proof that they have completed the work, in which case the funds from the county will then be dispersed to the local municipality, who will then in turn provide those funds to the applicant. So the second model of governance is the staff delegated model, and it is very similar to the committee-led model, which is the one in green. Staff-led model is the one in orange there. But the key difference between the two is that in the staff-led model, staff take the lead role instead of a committee. And while the process here has county staff adopting a lead role, the method could also be conducted using a bottom-up approach, where municipal staff take the lead and county staff take on a more supportive role, where their main duties are simply reviewing and commenting on applications. It should also be noted that both models indicate that the lead entity in charge of the process would be responsible for overseeing marketing, monitoring, as well as making annual recommendations as to what incentives should be regionally supported. So we also looked into kind of what was commonly coming up in the different regional incentives. And these tended to vary from county to county and were highly dependent on what was offered within the local CIPs. Additionally, not all incentives offered in a local CIP have regional benefits. So with that in mind, some of the common programs within the local CIPs in these different counties included downtown Main Street improvements. So this includes things like grants for signage and property improvements, development support. So this could include grants to help with study works, design work, as well as application fees, building conversion and expansion grants, and then tax equivalent increment grants. So again, you'll typically see those with brownfield rehabilitation and redevelopment. Here as well are some other incentives supported by the counties examined that could be of interest to local municipalities within the county. Here we go. So in terms of funding, RIPs are funded through the county property tax levy and then dispersed to successful applicants through the local municipality. So of the counties researched, the budgets typically ranged between the two figures you can see on screen. And typically the county provides matching funds to the local municipality for each incentive, with there being procedures through the RIP to more specifically manage fund dispersal. So using kind of all that information we had gathered from the different regional programs, we decided to survey the 7 local municipalities with active CIPs regarding which programs they felt would be most beneficial to receive funding for. And they identified the following priorities: downtown Main Street improvements, development support grants, agricultural improvements, and brownfield redevelopment. The majority of municipalities surveyed also indicated that in addition to funding, their programs would benefit from additional marketing support at the county level. So as we have been discussing, through an RIP, the county can only provide grants and loans to municipalities through their CIPs. So this doesn't necessarily align with the county goals, including the key recommendations of the Housing Summit, which is to provide funds to the private development and not-for-profit sector to fund affordable housing programs. So to provide an example, the county would currently be unable to provide funds for a development project in Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, A, because they don't have a CIP, and B, if they did, they may not necessarily have an incentive that the county could support. So as a solution, we are recommending utilizing a municipal housing facilities bylaw. So based on our research, some counties are using their housing corporations through the municipal housing bylaw to create and fund affordable housing programs. So those programs can include the incremental tax relief, grants and loans to construct an affordable unit or to convert an existing unit to an affordable unit, as well as a rent supplement program. So it's important to note at this point that we actually do have an existing housing facilities bylaw, which is number 27-12, and this is through our housing corporation, and it already has an existing rent supplement program. So if the county is interested in pursuing this option, the next step would be to amend the housing bylaws so that we can expand the variety of programs offered and start budgeting for that. Once in place, the bylaw will work by requiring that a site-specific bylaw be passed for each property or project to declare it as a municipal interest. In doing so, we can comply with sections 106 and 107 of the Municipal Act, which speaks to bonusing and grants. So, I know that was a lot. I'm going to leave you with the resolutions of the committees this report was presented to. As well, I will read out the recommendation to County Council. So staff recommend that County Council direct staff to undertake an official plan amendment to enable policies that would allow the county to provide grants/loans to local community improvement plan initiatives, which includes the preparation of a regional incentives program, that the regional incentives program have a staff delegated governance structure, and that the regional incentives program include a recommended funding amount for council to consider in the 2025 budget. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that motion was in the package. So with that, are there any questions? Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Warden. I just wanted to clarify the categories for that RIP. Is staff working on them, aligning them with the 4 that were recommended in the presentation?
So if I may pass this question on to Mr. Howarth. He has been kind of overseeing the whole project, so he also knows quite a bit about what's going on.
Mr. Howarth, please.
Thank you, Warden. So at this time, we don't have the formal authorization or direction from council to proceed with preparing that program. In the background, we have started working on it, just as staff internally, in anticipation that it's likely to happen. So Nicole, and we're also partnering with our economic development team, doing a bunch of research, trying to put that, we'll call it the backbone or the framework of what that program would look like. And we would come back to committee or council with our recommendations of what we feel would be important programs to include in that program. So we are working on it, including some of those items that were highlighted in Nicole's presentation. But we're also open to any suggestions. If there are specific areas that council would like us to make sure that are included, we are more than welcome to any feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Thank you, Warden. I just would make the comment, yeah, I love the approach. And thank you, Nicole, for the presentation. Another Whitewater person. We're infiltrating. Excellent presentation. I really like the approach between the regional incentive plan and the housing affordability plan. The second question I would say is just, I noticed the 2 resolutions on your slide, one for DMP and one for the Housing Corporation Board. I just want to make sure that that one would only have to be approved at that committee. Okay, perfect, or that board meeting. That's perfect. Okay, no, I'm in support. Thank you so much, Nicole.
Thank you. Are there other questions, comments? And the member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. This is the 3rd time I've seen it, and it was just as good this time as it was the first 2. I just have one little tiny question for clarity, just in terms of the comment you made about the municipal housing facilities bylaw allowing the county to provide incentives even to municipalities that don't presently have a SIP. Is that, I just wanted to make sure that was correct.
Yes, that is correct. So one of the key differences between kind of that regional incentives program and the municipal housing facilities bylaw is that with the RIP, it's the county's position right now is that like we cannot actually have our own CIP. So you can only support what's pre-existing. So that's where those limitations come in of like, we only have the 7 existing CIPs. So that's all you can support if they have the incentives for what you want to support. Because if the incentive isn't there, you can't just provide the money. Whereas with the other approach, there isn't that limitation. The only limitation is just that you have to make sure that it is declared within municipal interest. Otherwise, it's very open as to where in the county it could occur. So that's why there's a big push to kind of look at that alternative option, though the RIP is definitely there if council wanted to support, say, other initiatives that weren't necessarily affordable housing, say, for example, brownfield redevelopment. If the local municipalities had incentives for that, the county definitely could help support those. Hopefully that answers your question. If not, I can try to provide more clarification.
Thank you. And, Petawawa, my apologies, supplementary.
Yes, please, thank you. So just for those municipalities with existing SIP plans, if we were interested in the municipal housing facilities, those 4 grants or loans, would we have to include those in our present SIP plans? Or we would be like the rest of those without and wouldn't have to include it in our present SIP plan?
So I actually might pass with one again to Mr. Howarth, because I think he may have a better response than what I could provide.
Mr. Howarth, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Councillor from Petawawa. Yeah, so the housing bylaw would be solely focused on affordable housing solutions available to all municipalities, regardless of if they have the CIP or not. So Petawawa does have a CIP. So in theory, there could be a project that doubles up on them. You might have a project that would qualify for an incentive under the Renfrew County Housing Corporation facilities bylaw, and it also qualifies for an incentive under the CIP. So there's the potential for doubling up even for those municipalities that have a CIP. So, but each project would be analyzed. But to answer your question, the housing facilities bylaw would apply to all 17 municipalities, regardless of if they have a CIP or not. And the RIP bylaw or program could only be applied to municipalities that have and are supporting a CIP. In addition, municipalities can join the program as well. You don't have to have an existing one. You could pass a CIP in the future if you want to take advantage of what the county's doing, and then we could work with you in the future as well. So it's not limiting it to just those 7 existing ones. People could add on in the future as well.
Thank you. And Amherst Bromley, and then Buncher Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you once again for the presentation. I'm a little because we're talking, I believe, about 2 distinct programs, and unfortunately, within even the DNP report under resolutions, item number 6 specifies that this is a regional incentive program. However, the entire body of the resolution is talking about a community improvement plan. As I'm understanding, they are 2 distinct and separate elements. Is that correct?
Yeah, so CIPs and RIPs are very similar, but they're distinct. So CIPs is the actual community improvement program, and only local municipalities can implement those in some prescribed upper tiers. County of Renfrew isn't a prescribed upper tier, so when we talk about RIPs, that's the one tool where the county can help support CIPs, but they aren't necessarily one and the same. It's more one helps to support the other. Hopefully that helps to clarify things a little bit.
Mr. Kelly?
I think through you, Warden, and thanks, Nicole, I think what we're suggesting is more of a marketing term than anything else. A community improvement plan is for the exact community that they're dealing with. A regional incentive program is dealing with the county as a whole, right? So it's a regional program as opposed to an individual community. I think it's more broad-based, and that should clarify it a little bit more, I think, is where we're going with that terminology.
A supplementary?
Thank you. And I did want clarity. So under a regional incentive program, the county has the entire discretion. Under a community improvement plan, it is subject to whatever lower tier municipalities may actually have a community improvement plan, in which case there is the potential for the county or the upper tier to participate in whatever elements that the lower tier CIP provides for. Understood. Ultimately, this discussion was predicated upon a resolution that came from the town of Arnprior with respect to a brownfield development. If memory serves, I think, and I stand to be corrected, but I think that was ultimately through a vehicle of an incremental tax relief, that there would be taxes that would be deferred up front, but ultimately recovered at the end. Ultimately, when that came forward, I felt that to be a very innovative approach to contribute towards the challenge of housing and sufficient housing available right across our community. In this event, it was just one of the municipalities. And I was struck, and I certainly advanced, I believe I advanced in that discussion, that I am engaged specifically to housing. I'm not really engaged that the county of Renfrew needs to have participation in community improvement plans for anything outside of what's going to be contributed to housing. And even on, I'm presuming that all 7 of the lower tier municipalities that have a current CIP were pulled in some of that charting. But I found it kind of curious and almost antithetical to a lot of the feedback that we were receiving with respect to development charges, that in this instance, it hardly seems surprising that the 7 that would have a community improvement plan were more than happy for a levy to be raised right across the county, that is across all 17 municipalities, to then be donated in a grant to the 7 who do have one. As one of the communities that's not on that map, is this incentivizing me to get on board? Am I challenged because of budgetary considerations within my own municipality and really challenged to find additional funds? And if not, then I have my nose placed firmly up against the outside of the glass looking in. So it seems antithetical to much of the feedback on the development charges. If there's money being raised in my community and not going to be contributed back into my community, there's a challenge. However, having said that, if in fact, and perhaps I'm not sure, Ms. Moore, if this is within your bailiwick or if you wish to defer this to Mr. Howarth, but it seems to me that if that initial, because there are multiple channels here, but if that initial entreaty from the town of Arnprior that was for, I believe, incremental tax relief for the redevelopment of a brownfield, if that would fall within a regional incentive program, which the county has absolute discretion on, then I am much in favor of a regional incentive program and opposed to participation in a community improvement plan. But I would seek the answer to that question.
Through you, Chair. So just if I could clarify, are you asking if all counties would be participating in the same CIP?
Not at all. What I am suggesting is that the county is bound by statute, by regulation, that we can only participate in a community improvement plan where one exists in a lower tier municipality. However, the county levies right across all 17 municipalities. Every property owner in the county of Renfrew pays property taxes. The county can only participate within the 7 current municipalities unless each of the other municipalities put their own. That was kind of the predicate of what I'm saying, but my question was specific to if, in fact, the request from the town of Arnprior came forward today with respect to what I again believe was a request for an incremental tax relief, could that be facilitated through the regional incentive program that is completely and wholly within the purview of the county of Renfrew? And if it is, that I am in full support of a regional incentive program that presumably is coming up in the report from Community Services, but I am not in support of a community improvement participation.
So through you, Warden. So it's dependent on what the town of Arnprior has for incentives in their CIP. So if within their CIP they do have a brownfield redevelopment, and then at the county level it's decided that yes, like brownfield redevelopment is a priority that we wish to support, then when those two align, then yes, funds can be provided through the local municipality to that project for that purpose. But if that incentive either isn't available locally or it's decided that that's not a priority, then funds wouldn't travel through to that project necessarily. If I may, I would also like to defer to Mr. Howarth, because he seems he can add.
Sure, Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, Warden. Yeah, and I go this back to, I think it was Councillor from Whitewater's original question about what would be included. So this is all up for discussion and valuable input because the county would have to come up with a plan to decide what is actually regionally important or what at the county level would be worthwhile investing if we want to invest at all. So would, like for example, a new manufacturing plant coming in, it would be would a tax tax increment equivalent grant, I'm having difficulty with it as well, Nicole, with that terminology, was that regionally important to bring in jobs? Is that something that as a region we wanted to do? We've identified affordable housing as a key target, which would be supported through that separate housing corporation bylaw. But is there, for example, the brownfield tax incentive that is proposed by Arm Prior? That's something that's in their community improvement plan, but also could have regional benefits. So that's something that is going to be bringing in housing, albeit I don't think there's a large affordable housing component there, but it is housing, and none the least. And if that's something that, as a county, we feel is regionally important to support, that without this grant, that we would be that project may not move forward, or it will be more easily going forward with that incentive. If that's something we wish to support, we would have to have that regional incentive program in place so that we could support the local municipality. So the funds, it's important to note that through the regional incentive program, we aren't supporting the developer directly. We are supporting it through the municipality. So the funds would go from the county to the municipality, and then the municipality would provide both their portion and the county portion to the applicant once the criteria has been, or the conditions have been met. And I hope that clarifies that portion. But again, that program, all those programs will have to be developed and supported by county council. So if there are certain items that, for example, I think Whitewater has a CIP in place for cattle fencing in some circumstances. If we don't feel that's regionally important, that is not something that we would put into our regional incentive plan.
Okay. Thank you. And one more supplemental.
Thank you. So what I was trying to drive at, and in my estimation, there are other things that could be considered afterwards. Mr. Howarth put on the floor, perhaps a large-scale industrial or commercial operation, maybe something to consider. But we know, right, we are confronted with housing. Housing is the first, second, third, fourth, fifth leading issue in our country. And I am looking for novel approaches to be able to participate in adding to the housing stock, preferably affordable housing, but generally speaking, housing as well. In this instance, I believe that Arm Prior does have within their CIP the tax deferral for the brownfield redevelopment. But again, what I was seeking is, it seems that Mr. Howarth is suggesting that a lot of the same types of assistance could be provided through a regional incentive program, which the county has complete and absolute discretion over, versus a community improvement plan where we can only participate in local municipalities that have a CIP and within specific programs that are contained within their CIP. I believe that that is what I heard, which reinforces to me that I am in support of a regional incentive program and not in support of participating in community improvement plans.
Okay, thank you. Boncher Valley was next.
I don't even know where to go from here. I'm stuck on the 0.5% on the levy, that 150 to 250, or the 125 to 250. I think that's a heck of a lot of money. I haven't seen anywhere that there would be a cap on any one application, which is what we have in Boncher Valley. We have, you can apply up to $3,000. I don't know where we go. I agree about the housing. I'm concerned about the CIP initiative. And I agree with my colleague. I think it will create some have and have-nots for those of us that have CIPs and some of us that don't. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Warden.
Thank you. And I'm seeing no other hands. We'll move on to item number 7, which, as you will remember, is, oh, thank you very much. Sorry, we had you captive for too long. So we'll move on to item number 7, which is the Deep River purchase. And the member from Deep River.
Thank you, Warden. I just wanted to point out one significant clause article in the agreement that is significantly important to the town of Deep River, which is Article 7, And I'll just read it, just so County Council is comfortable with it. The county and the town agree that it is not in their interest to own this property in the long term. If by April 30th, 2026, the redevelopment of this property has not been completed, i.e. an agreement with the developer has not been reached, the property will be listed for sale on the open market. Note that the agreement allows for a period after April 30th, 2026, during which either co-owner can buy out the other property share. And this is significantly important for the town of Deep River as we want to move this project along. And it's not just something that we want to purchase and sit on for any significant length of time. And I believe that's the county's interest too. And to link this into our previous discussions, I look forward to potentially applying the RIP to this type of a project. Thank you.
Great, I'm glad we shut that discussion off. So with that, is there any further comments, questions, or concerns on the report as a whole? And I'm sorry, member from Mr. Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I wonder if, beg your pardon, item 6 could be severed and voted on separately?
Certainly.
Thank you.
And so with that, the report as a whole minus item number 6. And could we have a mover, please?
So moved, Warden.
Okay, thank you. You've heard the conversation and the reports. All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried, thank you. And then we'll move to item number 6, which is the regional incentive plan. So I'm guessing the chair would move that. Thank you. And
recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote, I was sort of supposing you were headed there. That's why I was pausing dramatically.
No comments?
Seriously. Oh, don't.
Councillor Donahue?
Opposed.
Point of order here.
I'm sorry?
Could we get clarification and read it one more time as to what exactly we're voting on here?
Sure. It's a resolution number.
It's been a lot of conversation since.
Sure. Resolution number DPCC 24-0884, moved by the chair and seconded by committee. The county council directs staff to undertake an official plan amendment to enable policies that would allow the county to provide grants and loans to local community improvement plan CIP initiatives, which includes the preparation of a regional incentives plan, that the regional incentives program, sorry, I should have said regional incentives program initially, that the regional incentives program have a staff delegated governance structure, and that the regional incentives program include a recommended funding amount for council to consider in the 2025 budget. Yes, Deep River, or sorry, Petawawa?
Thank you, Warden, and through you. So just to be perfectly clear, if this gets voted down, that we're not going to consider a regional incentive program either. But as part of this undertaking, we'd be looking at a SIP and a RIP. And that if it gets voted down, we're not going to look at either. So that's just what's confusing me here.
All right, so let's, thank you, Warden, and through you, and Mr. Howarth is still online, just to be clear on this one. So over the past 2 months, there's been a couple of things that have come to each committee, right? We've talked about the regional incentive program, which you've just heard about again, and you've also heard about the municipal facilities bylaw. So the municipal facilities bylaw or incentive bylaw allows the RCHC to incentivize those for different programs through a whole different structure to incentivize, or bonus, if you will, certain developments that happen for housing. The regional incentive program will top up, I guess, in terms of plain English, any local community improvement plans that may or may not fit with some activity that this council wants to get involved with. So if this council, through the development of an OPA, and remember an OPA is still a staff-driven amendment that comes to council for finessing and approving at some point, You might want facade improvements, you might want housing, you might want industrial land development, or a number of things, depending on those CIPs. So your question is, if you vote this resolution down, staff will not pursue an official plan amendment. And that's all the direction was, is to pursue an official plan amendment for a regional incentive program that would essentially top up a CIP.
Okay, thank you. Member from Hamilton Bromley, and then McNabb.
I would again seek clarity. It's my understanding that an RIP is completely divorced from a CIP, that we have the wherewithal at the County of Renfrew, essentially upon declaration of a municipal, I can't remember the specific wording, priority or whatever it was, but that we need no further authorization. It's provided already in the Planning Act. So long as council makes this declaration of it being a regional priority or something like that, that grants can be provided through a regional incentive program. And it's my understanding that that is completely divorced from a CIP and is not even encumbered by whatever the lower tier municipality may have within their CIP. That the terms or the criteria by which this grant can be provided are absolutely within the exclusive domain of the County of Renfrew.
Sorry, I would ask Mr. Howarth to fill in the blanks on that one, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Howarth, please.
Thank you, Chair. So we are talking about two completely separate things, and I think some of the terminology may have gotten shifted over. So the first one that would be county-wide is not the RIP. The one that would be county-wide, that's when we were talking about the Renfrew County Housing Corporation. So that is not that is not a RIP. The Renfrew County Housing Corporation has already, I believe, passed a resolution that the housing facilities bylaw be updated to add on to the amount, or not the amount, but the number of programs that they could offer. So for example, the Housing Corporation already offers a rent geared to income program. So the proposal is that that bylaw be updated to add on different incentives to support specifically affordable housing, not just not housing in general, but just affordable housing. So that's the one proposal. That would be countywide, regardless of CIPs, regardless of anything else, separate from the Planning Act, it would just be Housing Corporation. The second resolution that was being considered for today was about whether we should implement a regional incentive program here at the county, which would require that official plan amendment. And the regional incentive program is directly tied to local CIPs. They can't be separated from each other. So the county is not allowed to have a CIP. And as CIO Kelly indicated, it allows us to top up an existing CIP for programs that we feel the local municipality is already doing that are also regionally important. So if a local municipality has a program that we say, yes, this is going to help housing, we want to top that up. So here we go. Here's the program. Here's how much money that we've allocated to that. And we will support the local municipality in the implementation of their CIP. That's what the RIP does. So they're two separate factors, and we can only have an RIP. Sorry, we can have the RIP can only help municipalities with the CIP. Those two are combined. They are tied together. They can't be separated.
Thank you. And I think I saw McNabb Braeside and then Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair. I'm too confused to figure out which question I want to ask first, but I don't know if there's any way to table this, but I think this isn't a clear vote in my mind. I'll give you one example. So we're directing staff to undertake an official plan amendment that would still have to come back here to council.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah. I'm given everything else on the plate, I don't think this is the best use of staff's time. I think it was worth it to get to this point, but I'll probably vote against it. Just, there's other priorities, I believe.
Okay, thank you. And I saw Whitewater.
Thank you, Warden. I just wanted to walk through in my head how I see this could unroll, just to make sure that from a staff perspective, I can be corrected. If we as a county, we need an official plan amendment in order to be able to implement or even consider this, create a policy for this. The policy would be generated by council, where we would prioritize those areas of investment we feel would help increase the economic viability of the whole county. Whether that's a brownfield development, or that's Main Street beautification, or it's something that we as a council, recommended by staff, would come back and say, this is an area where the return on our tax dollar multiplies. Right? So then if we create this category.
Can we just, I think Mr. Kelly may want to help you a bit.
Okay.
I'm just going to stop you on that point, Councilmember, through the warden. Just to be clear, the Regional Incentive Program tops up local CIPs. So I'm just going to use a widget factory is coming to the town of Deep River who has a CIP, right? Pardon me? Or, yeah. A widget factory is coming to a town with a CIP. I'm not going to name a town. The County of Renfrew determines that it is appropriate through a regional incentive program to also provide funds, tax dollars, to that CIP to bring that widget factory to town because it feels it's important to the whole county to bring more jobs to the area, right? But it's only benefiting that company in that town that has a CIP. Under this, what we're considering today. I'm not going to talk about the facilities bylaw because that's something else we've already considered.
Thank you. And Whitewater, please.
No, thank you, CAO, because that's exactly where I was going. So if we, no, that's perfect. So that but we have as a council, we've decided on what the main focus of our contribution of tax dollars should go to. We still can then encourage those lower tiers to create a CIP that matches the RIP, and the two of them in combination could then be used for that purpose. So you can still buy into the process after we've had a discussion over what we think the regional priorities should be. Those CIPs can be amended to match in. So it doesn't exclude any municipality should we have a RIP. They can be included. But if the only thing we did was brownfield development, well, that may not apply to Adamson Bromley at all. So I would expect that Adamson Bromley is going to want to make sure, as an example, sorry, and I don't mean to pick on you, but an area that they feel is important for agriculture, might be the same as Whitewater's, we're going to try to make sure that aspect, because we believe that is an area that could contribute to the general health of all of the county, is included in the RIP. Then subsequently, we'd have to go and make sure that the SIP internal to us also reflected that. So I just see this as a tool that we could use. If it's created, we can decide not to fund it that year or limit the funding. We could decide to change the priorities, but we can do neither without an amendment to the official plan. So to me, it's just putting a tool in the toolbox that we may then subsequently choose to use when an issue comes forward. And I throw that out at the table. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
No, you've covered it quite nicely. Thank you. And so, with apologies to the member from Adamson Bromley for allowing debate in the middle of a vote, we'll continue with the vote.
I think actually I was recorded, correct?
Yes.
I had cast my vote. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brose,
Opposed.
Councillor Doncaster,
In favor.
Councillor Giardini,
In favor.
Councillor Grills, Councillor Yon,
Opposed.
I heard opposed. Okay. Councillor Lynch,
In favor?
Councillor Mackenzie?
Opposed?
Councillor Mayville?
In favor.
Councillor Murphy?
This isn't flushed out for me enough. Opposed. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson?
In favor.
Councillor Proctor?
I'm in opposition. Thank you.
Councillor Service?
In favor.
Councillor Watt?
In favor.
Councillor Weir?
In favor.
Councillor Wilmer?
Opposed?
Warden Nemo?
I'm in favor.
Sorry? Yeah. Sorry. And that was passed with 129 to 77.
Okay, thank you, Council. And I'll make a quick announcement as part of Short Arms, Long Reach. We will be launching the Warden's Community Service Awards early next month. These awards provide an opportunity to recognize the individuals, the not-for-profit organizations, and for-profit businesses who go above and beyond in their communities. Nominations will be open in early October, so please watch for more details and start thinking about submitting nominations in these 3 categories. We look forward to presenting these awards at the November session of County Council, and please, when this goes out, spread it around your community. So thank you. With that, I think we'll take a 10-minute bio break. Thank you. So we'll jump to operations, given Glenn's medical condition, and let him go forward. He's been sniffling over there like there's no tomorrow. Sniffling or sniffling, I can't remember.
Apparently, I'm allergic to my antibiotics, so thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of the County Council, we, your Operations Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information items. Number 1, monthly project status report. You can find this on page 6 and 7 of this report. Item number 2, the capital program variance report can be found on page 8. Item number 3, County Road 2, White Lake Road, 4-way flashing stop flashing lights, excuse me. The information there, and I don't have a cursor, and the resolution passed by committee, Resolution OPCC 240994, that the Operations Committee directs staff to proceed with the purchase and installation of flashing beacon lights for the stop signs at intersection of County Road 2, County Road 52, White Lake Road and Burnstown Road, Point Road and Bellamy Road in the hamlet of White Lake in the township of McNabb-Braeside, and that the cost be shared 50-50 with the township of McNabb-Braeside. And this falls within policy PW 17 and enhanced traffic warning devices. Item number 4, municipal housing infrastructure program. Information item, you'll note that I believe was during AMO that the province announced investing $400 million in roads and bridges to enable more homes. We'll be accepting applications. The funding stream and the resolution passed at committee was Resolution OPC 240995, that the Operations Committee direct staff to proceed with submitting an application for funding under the $400 million Housing Enabling Core Servicing Stream for the reconstruction of County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard, and County Road 26, Dorn Road, Hilda Street, and Mullins Avenues to a roundabout intersection in the town of Petawawa. This application was presented to Petawawa Council by staff approximately 2 weeks ago, and it was unanimously supported by Petawawa Council that they would support this application for that roundabout. Information item number 5, lease and purchase of MVCA KMP recreational trail section. On April 26, 2023, the KMP Recreational Management Advisory Committee was advised that Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority was interested in divesting themselves of the KMP Trail. The information is there. While the cost of the transfer of this trail, sorry, let me back that up. Approximately 35.2 kilometers of trail, that 6.7 is located in the county of Renfrew. The cost of the transfer, the cost of the trail would be nominal. However, the estimated cost for the transfer and surveying of the properties is approximately $350,000. Which would be about $67,000 to the county of Renfrew. And the 2 draft agreements are attached for reference. Item number 6, the disposal of surplus items. Public Works and Engineering have proceeded with another cycle of disposal of current inventory, and the list of items was circulated to municipalities. No submissions were received, so the items will proceed to public auction. Bylaws. Item number 7, PWC 2024-53, engineering services for the replacement of B053 Constant Creek Bridge, resolution number OPCC 240996, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve contract PWC 2024-53 as submitted by PlanMac Engineering Incorporated, Mississauga, Ontario, for the engineering services for the reconstruction of County Structure B053 Constant Creek Bridge, located on Ferguson Lake Road, approximately 5.3 kilometers north of County Road 508, Calaboga Road, Township Greater Madawaska in the amount of $196,831 plus applicable taxes, and the County Council adopt a bylaw to execute the professional services agreement and purchase order for the contract. And the background is there. You'll see the tender submissions, and it's and the financial implications of that. Item number 8, CN Trail Memorandum of Understanding, Whitewater Region, Laurentian Valley, resolution number OPCC 240997, moved by chair, seconded by committee. The County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a memorandum of understanding between the County of Renfrew and the Township of Laurentian Valley and Whitewater Region for the sale of certain properties formerly owned by CP Rail, and the background is provided there. And ultimately, these properties will become part of the Renfrew County Recreational Trail System. Item number 9, County Road 37, Murphy Road, Road Access Agreement. Resolution number OPCC 240998, moved by chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the road access agreement between 2833868 Ontario Inc. On County Road 38, Murphy Road, on part of Lot 18, Concession 7, in the geographic township of Petawawa, Town of Petawawa, County of Renfrew, and that the county adopt a bylaw to authorize and execute the road access agreement. And I just wanted to point out that on the last statement in the the background, the road access agreement is to be registered and run. The word run should say remain. So the road access agreement to be registered and remain with the title to the land, so that future owners are aware of the road access agreement. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Emo, Lynch, McKenzie, Watt, and Wilmer.
Thank you, Chair. With that, members of County Council, comments, questions, concerns regarding item number 1, item 2, item 3, item 4. Item 4 would be member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden, and through you, just like to extend a thanks to CAO Kelly, Councillor Doncaster, and Taylor Henrath for coming all the way to Petawawa to present to Council. We appreciated having you there very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Do they still do really good meals, or have they changed that? Nothing? Oof. It is a long drive to Petawawa if there's no meal. Item number 5, please. Any comments? Seeing none. Item number 7. Item number, sorry, did I miss item number 6? Okay, item number 6. Item number 7. Item 8. Item 9. The report as a whole. Seeing no questions, mover, please.
So moved.
You've heard the motion. You've heard the report. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And we'll go to community services now.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Community Services Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the one phone number for community services, although there are 2 listed. One is a toll-free number. Regular number 613-732-2601, or toll-free at 1-866-897-4849. This voice-over internet protocol system enables the department to manage all incoming calls for all program areas with one phone number, and it achieves a number of objectives for the department, namely simplifying access to all programs and services, modernizing technology, flexibility in programming the phone system, cost savings, and the ability to tailor the phone system to meet changing operational needs. Item number 2 is the new child care funding approach. Attached is a memorandum dated August 1st, 2024 from Holly Moran, the Assistant Deputy Minister of Early Years and Child Care Division for the Ministry of Education, and it details the information about the new cost-based approach to the CWELC funding, effective January 1st, 2025. So the key updates that have been provided are incremental administrative funding, cost-based funding, local priorities, non-CWELC enrolled licensees, and the next parent fee reduction. We all know that we have been lobbying greatly for more CWELC spaces, and I do have a little bit of an update from both Ms. Patrick and Ms. Smith, in that 3 centers in Renfrew County are at risk of closure at the end of this year if we are not allowed or we are not allocated additional CWELC funding spaces to allow these centers to enroll in CWELC and continue to receive provincial funding. So it has an impact on our non-CWELC enroll centers. There will no longer be any direct funding for these centers for things like general operating, wage enhancement grants, special needs resourcing for program staff, and capacity building effective January 1st. So these 3 centers, one is in Laurentian Hills, the Deep Roots Nature and Nursery School. They have a licensed capacity of 16, and these are all CWELC eligible spaces. Kinder Connection in Petawawa has a licensed capacity of 24, all CWELC eligible spaces. And Child's Paradise Mattaway in Renfrew, licensed capacity of 82, 67 of which are eligible spaces. That's a total of 107 eligible spaces that we may lose. Item number 3, County of Renfrew framework for a 10-year homelessness and housing plan. The Renfrew County Housing Corporation engaged Org Code Consulting to develop a comprehensive 10-year homelessness and housing plan. The attached plan is intended to guide the development of future service pathways for homelessness and housing supports with strategies aimed at achieving the following goals: to provide housing, prevent future homelessness, expand housing options, and enhance the homelessness response system. At the September 10th Renfrew County Housing Corporation Board of Directors meeting, we passed resolution to accept receipt of the 10-year homelessness and housing plan, and that staff be instructed to develop housing-focused initiatives in alignment with the plan's recommendations, MESA, and the County of Renfrew's strategic plan. This is an excellent report. I believe we all have it. If not, I'm sure we can all get it. And thank you to Ms. Dombrowski, Ms. Patrick, and all the staff for all the work. They worked right in through the weekend, and I believe the Monday, to make sure that we had this package on our agenda. Resolutions. Number 4 is the Warming Center Winter 2024-25. Resolution number CSCC 240956. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve that the County of Renfrew take on a leadership role with respect to the operations of a warming center located in the City of Pembroke for the 2024-2025 winter season, pending the following. 1, the Warming Center Ad Hoc Committee be once again stood up as the Oversight Committee with a review of the terms of reference to determine if updates are required. 2, the municipalities that participated in last year's warming center model contribute funding equal to the 2023-2024 amounts. 3, that staff be directed to work with the City of Pembroke on an appropriate location that provides for a more cohesive and effective delivery of services. 4, the City of Pembroke initiates the appropriate steps with respect to their zoning bylaw to allow flexibility on placement of a warming center, and that staff be directed to apply the allocated funds from the Homelessness Prevention Program funding envelope toward this initiative to a maximum of $100,000. The background is there, and there is a letter attached from Steve Boland, the chair of the Pembroke and Era Community Task Force, and Deacon Adrian Chaput from the Grind Pembroke indicating their willingness to assist in the efforts. Item number 5 is a homelessness and addiction recovery treatment hub's call for proposals. Resolution number CSCC 24-09-57, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that the County of Renfrew work with MESA community partners in mental health, addiction and treatment to identify a lead applicant, and that a full proposal to create homelessness and addiction recovery treatment hubs in Renfrew County be submitted. The background is there. And item number 6, the hourly rate for program support staff. Resolution number CSCC 24-09-58, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve an increase in to the program support staff, formerly resource staff, capped rate of $18 per hour plus mandatory benefits to $21 per hour plus mandatory benefits, effective September 1, 2024. And the background is there as well. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair and committee members Emo, Grills, Mayville, Nicholson, and Service. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Comments, questions, concerns from members of council on item number 1. Item number 2, member from North Algona and then from Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Ms. Patrick. I'm just curious, these 124 spaces that we could lose, do these child care centers have an opportunity to apply to be part of the Seawell program if they're not already? And if they do and can apply, what kind of timeline are they faced with?
Yes, Ms. Patrick, please.
Through you, Warden, to Councillor Brose and to Council. So with respect, we have only 3, as Chair Giardini explained, only 3 non-CWELC enrolled centers in the County of Renfrew. So we have received the new funding formula, which will take impact January 1st, 2025. And there would be an option for centers to enroll in CWELC. However, in the County of Renfrew, we don't have any CWELC spaces. So at this point, as this council is aware, we had delegation at EMO and did ask for additional spaces to grow our CWELC program and to grow childcare in Renfrew County. And so in this particular situation, because we don't have any spaces, they can't opt in. So one of the things that we had heard from Minister Dunlop at our delegation at EMO was that they were waiting to roll out the new funding formula across the province, and they were going to take a look at any unused childcare spaces in other regions to see whether they could reallocate them to places like the County of Renfrew that didn't have spaces. So we are hopeful for that. However, at this point, other non-CWELC centers in other regions will likely be looking at potentially moving over into CWELC because they may be facing similar situations to our non-CWELC where they're at risk of not being viable if they can't opt in. So it is unclear to us what will be unused at the end of the year once non-CWELC centers across the province determine whether they do want to opt in. So we are in we're in a little bit of a unique situation, as this council is aware, in that we were not allocated any spaces for 2025 or 2026, and that we currently have no unused spaces. So not only do we not have room for our existing centers to opt in, but we also don't have any room to grow the CWELC system in Renfrew County. So certainly our priority as a service system manager is to do our best to support all centers across Renfrew County. We don't want to lose any of our childcare providers, and we also want to have that opportunity to grow the system. So again, we're very hopeful for additional spaces and really feel that it's imperative in order to help protect our existing centers and to grow new centers in Renfrew County as well. Thank you.
Supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Warden. Just as a follow-up, so these 3 centers, did they not initially apply to be part of the CWELC program, Or were there just not enough spaces available that even if they did, were they denied?
Ms. Patrick?
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Council. So there are a lot of complexities. I'll just try to keep it it's a yes and a no answer. Some of the centers, 2 of the centers didn't opt in originally to CWELC. Some of them based on being nursery school, operating nursery school spaces. It didn't necessarily make sense for them to opt in at the time. However, they did not have any knowledge, nor did we as a service system manager, that this new funding formula was going to be coming that would remove some of the direct funding that they have enjoyed in the past, so they weren't able to have that information to make an informed choice. And then one of the centers that opened in Renfrew is a second location that they had to open due to extended wait lists, but they knew that that there was no more spaces, so they've now have one CWELC center and one non-CWELC center at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And the member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden, and through you, and thank you, Councillor Brose, for your question. And keeping in mind that we were not allocated any spaces for 2025 nor for 2026, and the only county in the province that was not allocated spaces for those 2 years. And if you had a chance to look at Appendix A, where it outlines the funding for 2025, there is a category there that's called startup grants for municipalities to build or renovate or retrofit new facilities. $151 million was given out across the province for startup grants. Renfrew County received 0 because we have no new spaces and can build no new spaces or retrofit for no new spaces. So it's a double whammy. And I'd like to thank Director Patrick and her staff and the Warden and CAO Kelly for all their advocacy and for their delegations in trying to get us these spaces. And it's unfortunate that 3 of these locations may have to close as of January 1st, 2025, when we know we have long waiting lists and need more spaces than we already have.
Thank you. I intend to write a letter to Minister Dunlop in this next week, just a reminder of our conversation, and ask her, now that the funding allocation tool is out there, and ask her if there's any progress on her request, and then reiterate our request to her, pointing out that we could lose these spaces. So yeah, we're not done yet. Member from North Laguna.
Yeah, just very quickly. So the only other option would be, I'm assuming, the operators of these centers would have to increase their fees substantially in order to maintain those spaces.
Thank you. Yes. And member from Whitewater. Ooh, looking 10 years down the road.
The paycheck would come with that. I just want to add on, and I echo the concerns of both of the other members of County Council. The issue is one that we've hammered out almost every council meeting, of how come Renfrew County is being left behind in this provincial plan. And I just want to remind, right now we've got 107 eligible spaces in the red come January 1st, but they aren't even enough. Like, we have members in the community that are on wait lists and would love to have subsidized childcare, so they could go then and get a job instead of being forced not to have that choice. So I would just hopefully we can get some ground and there's be some reallocation of spaces, but without that, we are just providing one more constraint for our development and growth.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions and comments, we'll move on to item number 3. And again, just to backstop the chair's comments, this is a very intriguing document, and it allows us to go forward for the next 10 years in theory, but with the amount of changes, I think we're going to see, some slight adjustments to this plan, which most plans should be fluid when you're dealing with people and providing service. So again, our congratulations to staff on this plan. Item number 4. Yes, sir. Member from Laurentian Valley, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the 4 items that are pending, it seems that the budget for the warming center 24-25 is going to be similar to that of 23-24. Should costs increase higher, are there sufficient funds in the homelessness prevention program to cover those?
No, but yes. And I'm going to try and manage the heck out of the budget that we have. And we are going to try and undertake more fundraising. So we're going to try and prevent dipping further into the homelessness prevention program, but I'll let Ms. Patrick answer.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Council. We have, I think, as this Council is aware, a number of strategic priorities that we are trying to manage with very limited funds. We have some analysis of funding for increased housing through the building condition assessments that we've heard, and increasing some of our programs around homelessness prevention and some of the greater outreach work that we're doing with MESA. So our homelessness prevention program budget has a lot of demands on it. It's constrained. I'm looking at our treasurer, who helps us to identify ways to fund, but I think we have a number of priorities and not an endless pot of homelessness prevention program funding. So some of those decisions can be made, but may require some other priorities to be put on hold if additional funds need to be allocated to the warming center. Thank you.
If I might add, one of the things that will disappear off the initial budget is the purchase of the chairs. So that frees up a little bit of a contingency moving forward. So that gives me some comfort. Thank you for the question, though. And we'll move. Oh, I'm sorry, Minister. Member from North Agona Wilberforce. It must be 4 o'clock.
We're all becoming ministers today. I notice in the report that they're looking for a site for the location of the warming center. Has that been determined yet, or are we still considering using the sea cans and just moving them into a different location?
There's been a number of conversations, and there are a couple of alternatives, I think, and I'll just leave it to Mr. Kelly. We're sort of floating around on it just now.
Thanks, Warden. So I'm going to try to carefully qualify this, is that it's the City of Pembroke's warming center that we're enabling through a governance structure here, the County of Renfrew. That's why I've got a leadership structure. Mr. Warden was the chair of a warming center committee and funded through the partners Laurentian Valley, Petawawa, and the City of Pembroke and HPP. So where and how it goes is a big decision for the City of Pembroke at the moment, and we're attempting to assist them to try to find the best space for them.
Yes, thank you. And member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you, just a question about the ad hoc committee and the terms of reference. I know there was some concerns last year with the ad hoc committee and some of the language that was in the terms of reference regarding liability. If you were a member of the committee, that your municipality would hold some liability towards the center. And I think that it was sent to legal and that was taken care of.
Yes. I'll say yes. I know there was some massaging, and we're going to go back through the terms of reference. I have to apologize. I wrote those really fast last year just to get them out.
Sorry, Warden, I'm just through you. I believe that was the rental agreement. It was the rental agreement that the City of Pembroke asked of all the partners. That was not the terms of reference. That was actually the rental agreement that the City of Pembroke put forward to put the, not the sea cans, but the mobile trailers on the farmers market property. So the City of Pembroke went back to all the participating partners and said, okay, we'll do that, but you have to own a piece of the liability But to the warden's point, I believe that was massaged enough and taken care of.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to item number 5. I'm sorry, a member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I cannot speak enough in favor of this. It is certainly part of the continuing engagement that the County of Renfrew, with a substantial number of stakeholders right across the county, have really taken up with respect to homelessness, substance use, mental health issues. This is a significant gap that has been identified in our addressing these issues. So once again, I endorse completely and absolutely on moving forward, and hopefully are recognized from the province of a significant gap within our community here for this treatment center. Thank you.
And Mr. Kelly, but thank you.
Thank you, Warden. So just to update this item, because there's so many moving parts with this item, just to make you all aware, this Heart Hub, and you'll start to see news of it rolling out in the next little bit I'm just being made aware of a Global News article today. There was about 80 or so, or just over 80 communities expressing a letter of interest for essentially 19 spots, but really only 10 spots that have been open to the public or through the RFP process. We have identified a lead applicant. We are a co-lead on the application at this, we are a co-lead on the intent to apply at this time. The intent to apply was submitted on September 20th. The co-leads are ourselves and Pembroke Regional Hospital, with Care4 as a site partner. There is still much work to be done on a full application, so we are meeting, I believe, next week amongst the partnership crew to put together a full application, and again, ongoing consultation with Ontario Health, Ministry of Health, and other partnership ministries on this. Again, we are one of many, but we are hopeful that we stood out because of standing up Mesa. I think we're way ahead of the pack, regardless of other communities getting funding currently for something almost exactly like Mesa, but with a different acronym. And we're hopeful that the province sees our way through the fog, that we're ahead of the pack and able to commit the resources to make this happen in your community. So thank you, Warden. I just want to let you know where we're at. So again, that full application needs to go in by September the 18th, October 18th. Thank you.
There's a lot of dates flying around. Yes, and just to echo the comments from the member from Amherst Bromley, this has been quite a journey to get here, but we're fortunate that we have very strong fundamentals. We've got, the Mesa Initiative. We've also got VTAC, and we've got a very strong team where we've coordinated the health services branch with our division with community services, and then also with the property side. And so those things are to our credit and establish a strong foundation, plus the excellent relationship we have in the community. And the Warming Center certainly helped with that as well, because we showed initiative and leadership on that, and that has demonstrated our ability to be nimble and also serve our community. So with that, we'll move on to item number 6. The report as a whole. So could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
You've heard the report and the questions and responses. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And I've been asked if I could have finance skip forward. I apologize to the member from Amherst Bromley. So finance, please.
I can feel him fuming from here. Thank you. I'm sorry, I do have to leave for an EORN meeting at 5. So thank you for your indulgence, members of County Council. We, your Finance and Administration report, and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is our Opta report, and there's some background there about where we landed in last year, or this year, sorry. Okay, this is not going the way I want. My apologies. Number 2 is our central scheduling update. Number 3 is the finance division staff update, and there are some changes in our finance department that are there. Our employee recognition, very exciting. The delegated authorities are here under number 5. They're all listed there for you. Number 6, I respectfully ask that we sever and vote on separately. Mr. Warden. And number 7 is the 2025 budget target. Resolution number FACC 24-09-103, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the 2025 budget guidelines with a 3.25% annual levy target increase, and there's some background there. Number 8 is the non-union salary grid annual adjustment. Resolution number FACC 24-09-105, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. The County Council repeal Resolution FACC 23-08-73 and replace with that County Council approved that the County of Renfrew's non-union salary grid be adjusted annually based on the June 12-month average of the Consumer Price Index, adjusted annually based on the June 12-month average. For Ontario, all items as determined by Statistics Canada, and then an adjustment will be effected for pay period 1 each year, and further that a revised employment bylaw number 1 be brought forward to a future session of County Council. And there is quite a bit of background for your reading. Under bylaws, resolution number FACC 24-09-107, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the following changes to Employment Bylaw number 1 effective October 1st, 2024. A, change to the student wage from $15.60 to $16.20 for students under 18, and from $16.55 to $17.20 for students 18 and over, as outlined in Schedule A. Renaming of Ontario Works agent to Ontario Works caseworker in Group 6. Removal of the accounting technician position in Group 6. Addition of senior accounting clerk position in Group 5, a financial analyst position in Group 7, and a senior financial analyst position in Group 8. Reclassification of the payroll administrator from Group 6 to Group 7, reclassification and renaming of client program supervisor in Group 7 to resident client outreach program supervisor in Group 8. And further, that the revised employment bylaw number 1 be adopted. And again, there is quite a bit of background there. And finally, we have resolution number FACC 24-09-108, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the following amended corporate policy. Policy A-14, retirement and early retirement, amended, and that a bylaw to amend bylaw 63-03, being a bylaw to establish human resources corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew, be adopted, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Emo, Giardini, Yon, and Mayville. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. And to members of County Council, the issue items, any comments, questions, concerns on item number 1, item number 2, item number 3, item 4, item 5. I'm really glad to see these. That was one of the concerns I had, and so I'm glad to see them on a regular basis. Thank you. Member from Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is with respect to the delegated authority, and it's with respect to the first one. And I will note that there's not extensive information on this, but in the Operations Committee report from earlier this month, there was a fairly extensive discussion. My question, there's a couple of questions. One is, on this tender, there's the potential for own force freight from some of the materials. I think in this instance it may be estimated for the stone dust, the granular dust. And just a question on the comparison, because I know within our own municipality, typically municipal tandem axle trucks haul about 15-ton whereas commercial triaxle trucks are hauling 50% more. So on an own-use forces for freight, there is a substantial advantage to the larger vehicles. So the first question is, was that considered in in how we may allocate moving forward, of whether it is going to be a cost of material only or a cost of material FOB the site?
Mr. Perkins, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. I'm unsure. I have reached out to Mr. Hanrath for clarification, so he will get back to us soon.
And if this is to the next council meeting, that is quite sufficient. I recognize the challenge. The second question was with respect overall. So what this approved tender was for was essentially for the application of the surface materials from essentially Petawawa to Chalk River, Fields Road, I think, Paquette to Fields, if I'm understanding the distances accurately, and setting aside that some of this has been allocated to the city of Pembroke. But ultimately, the application of the surface couldn't commence until there was 3 bridges that were in need of rehabilitation, I believe all contained within the garrison perhaps. And council received that in March. Now at that time, there was a pretty substantial, just under $4 million had been set aside for the upgrade of the Algonquin Trail. This portion of it through the garrison up to Chalk River, at that time the budget included $1.2 million for the bridges and the application. Based on the tender that was very favorable on the 3 bridges and inclusive of this one, it appears that of that $1.2 billion, there's close to $500,000 under. So I'm wondering if on that and that 1.2 million was about a third of the total budget for capital upgrade to Algonquin Trail. So I'm just curious, because it's been segmented, if in fact there is additional work and additional tenders and contracts to sign for this particular section, or if in fact there is going to be realized a substantial savings on the 1.2 million estimate of what would be required for this section of the Algonquin Trail.
Okay, Mr. Kelly?
I will start the conversation. Mr. Burke, I know we've just had this conversation through you, Warden, to Councillor Donahue. What we're doing is currently putting together an estimate coming forward next month, I believe, on the remaining parts of the trail, because there is, I think, one more tender. The turtle mating season has completed, so we're just about to lay some more stone dust all the way up to Heckler Murray and a few others from Yates to Wiley Road, I think, in that area, and well, in Laurentian Hills. And then up to Crossing Road, I think, up in Heckler Murray. So we're working on an update on where we currently stand in that overall $4 million, and then the budgeted amount for 2024. I'll tell you, without knowing the dollars and cents, we have allocated all the dollars. There will be no savings anticipated in 2024.
Supplementary.
Thank you. So I'm just seeking clarity, though, because going back to March, and this is on the council report for those who wish to go and pull that up, ultimately the context that was put forward, or the background, if you will, towards the tender allocation or award in March, the 3 bridges identified for this section there was going to be 1.2 million. That turned out to be under 400,000, I think something in the order of 396,000. This, I think, is about 333,000. So on this specific section, if in fact it is simply the 3 bridges and the application of the surface, then it does appear that it is substantially under the estimate for this section of the Algonquin Trail. So if in fact there is more on this section, then I would say that's appropriate. If the savings on this are being applied to a different section, then I'm suggesting that now is tenuously attached to budget approvals. And perhaps now, particularly that Trails has been transferred from development of property to public works, perhaps the kind of the rigor that is brought to bear on the segmentation of our linear assets, our roadways, where we are typically rehabbing a certain section that might be 2.8 kilometers or 3.7 kilometers, that be the same rigor that would be appropriate, I think, to Algonquin Trail. Though in fact, I suppose a capital investment, we're still, I'm assuming, dealing with the $4 million, more or less, required to complete this. I don't know if there's anticipated to still be rehabilitation as there is with our roadways, but I think that it would be appropriate to assume the same kind of template as to identifying segments of road, because as I'm reading this, it seems like we're substantially under budget on this section of the Algonquin Trail from what the estimate was, because the estimate was 1.2 million that was going to get us from Petawawa through to Chalk River. And it seems on the surface of it that we are substantially under that estimate. I think that largely that was driven by very, very good pricing on the rehabilitation of the bridges, but I would yield certainly to the director as to if that is accurate, that 1.2 million was the sum to get from Petawawa to Chalk River.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Warden. And again, I'll defer to Mr. Hanrath for clarification. But just looking through our asset management plan here for the trail system, it's actually broken down into 4.3 kilometer segment, 8.4, 6.2. So they do have it already in segmented sections, but they are much more substantial than roadways. But still, we do have a segmented asset management plan. But I'll follow up with Mr. Hanrath for clarification on the 1.2 million.
Thank you.
And it is a good suggestion to maybe report it like that, because as you noted, we will be going back to some of the earlier sections now and making some changes or reapplying a different product, so it makes sense. Thank you.
Warren, just to reiterate, we will be bringing an update of where we are financially and physically to the October Trails and DMP, and then, or operations meeting, and then County Council for your review.
Thank you. And item 6 has been removed for separate consideration. Item number 7, item number 8, item 9, item 10. I think there's a 10. Yes, there is. All right. Can I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. You've heard the report and the commentary. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. We'll move back to item number 6. So if you could read the resolution, please.
I would like to amend the resolution, if I may. I'd like it to read that County Council direct the Warden to convene a special meeting of County Council for a review of the proposed draft procedural bylaw and the provision of a preliminary update on the asset management and long-term financial plans in the fall of 2024.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, could I have a seconder for that motion then, please? Member from Hamilton Bromley. So you've heard the motion. Discussion? And just in fairness, we had committed to having our annual birthday party of the asset management plan instead of tagging it into the budget, and it's sort of been slotted for late October, early November. Member from Township Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, I know we're going to be discussing it later, but I just noticed under section 3.2, it says the responsibility of the municipalities should be in the interest. It says municipality all the way through. Does that need to be interest of the county? Just to have it looked at before we go to the... Okay.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. We can maybe do something in the definitions if necessary.
I mean, we are a municipality.
Yes.
But,
Yeah. All right. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. And we'll now move to, or I'm going to bring forward, right? I'm looking for a mover and seconder. We will convene the meeting to review the procedural bylaw and the asset management plan, and the other one, I can't remember the name of it. Long-term financial plan on October 28th, starting at 9 a.m. 9:30 a.m. Good. Glad I wrote it down. So with that, could I get a mover, please? Moved by Boncher Valley, second by Mr. Bromley. Discussion. Mr. Bromley, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm. God. All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you.
On a point of order, Mr. Warden, I think both of those were amending, so we probably need to approve the amended resolution then, item 6.
With that, item number 6, which is resolution number FACC 2409-99, and it's moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council direct the warden to convene a special meeting of County Council at 9:30 on October 28th, with the agenda items being the review of the proposed draft procedural bylaw and the long-term financial plan and the asset management plan.
Or as amended.
Or as amended, yes. You're right. My apologies.
I apologize, Warden. I forgot I didn't read the original.
Okay, thank you. So as amended, any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you, Council. And now we'll move to health. And if you hang around, we'll replay bloopers, and I'm sure I've got about 6 today, so.
To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. As information item number 1, with respect to the Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center update, very pleased that there is going to be a clinic available now in the town of Petawawa. As it notes, Petawawa being the largest community in the County of Renfrew that does not have a hospital or an acute care facility. Very pleased to do this, and you will note also in the final paragraph just above the charting that there certainly is the potential to engage in the new paramedic base in the town of Eganville, the village of Eganville, with likewise a clinical assessment center. So very exciting on both of those counts. Equally as exciting and intriguing, and as Council has often heard, VTAC is filling an enormous void in our community for those who have poor or no access to primary care. But it is not the full wraparound primary care, and in fact, very pleased that part of VTAC is the integrated virtual care being carried on by the Petawawa Centennial Family Health Center, the West Champlain Family Health Team, and the North Renfrew Family Health Team, which is intended to be that full wraparound primary care, but afforded through the virtual realm. And you will note, the data that is being provided, recognizing the tremendous value that they are bringing to our community as well. Item number 2 is the Models of Care initiative. And generally speaking, this is another step, in my estimation, towards a college or a professionalization of paramedic service. This is recognizing the incredible value and the incredible knowledge and skill set that our paramedics have in providing targeted training now to essentially meet that ongoing mantra of the right care in the right place at the right time. And this will provide for much more latitude for the paramedics that are responding to provide and make the decisions on the most appropriate follow-up and the most appropriate care moving forward. Financial implications, you will note that this is being funded through the Ottawa Paramedic Service, so enormous gratitude to the City of Ottawa and to the county, or the City of Ottawa Paramedic Service, for their partnering with us on this, and I think this will go a long way towards alleviating some irritants that exist within the system right now. Item number 3 is the 2024-25 Comprehensive Minor Capital Program, and you will note through this program there is some not insubstantial funding moving forward for each of the manor and the lodge. Moving on then, Mr. Warden, to resolutions. Item 4 is Community Paramedic Reserve Transfer. It is Resolution Number H-CC-24-09-115. Moved by myself, seconded by committee. That County Council approve the amounts of $170,599.86 and $121,978.08 be transferred to the Community Paramedic Reserve consistent with the provisions outlined in the transfer payment agreements, that is Community Paramedicine Long-Term Care and RCVTAC. The background, Mr. Warden, is attached. Item 5 is the Registered Nurses Association of Ontario International Affairs and Best Practice Guidelines Centre. It is Resolution Number H-CC-24-09-118. Once again, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer / Deputy Clerk to sign an agreement with the Registered Nurses Association of Ontario for nursing quality indicators for reporting and evaluation, data system usage agreement for non-best practice spotlight organizations, and that County of Renfrew long-term care homes, Bonisher Manor and Miramichi Lodge, will monitor and evaluate the outcomes of the RNAO Best Practice Guidelines and the RNAO Clinical Pathway License Agreement toward achieving improved resident care planning based on RNAO BPGs. And once again, the background is attached, and somewhere you can probably find what all of those acronyms stand for. Item 6, we are now moving on to several business cases, all of which are connected to the substantially increased funding and the move towards enhanced level of care within long-term care homes, part of the Fixing Long-Term Care Home Act. We have received much funding, and it is going to require some substantial staffing changes to meet our commitments. Beginning then with item 6, business case, recreation programmers, Bonisher Manor and Miramichi Lodge. Resolution number H-CC-24-09-119. Moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve 2 full-time complements, one each at Bonisher Manor and Miramichi Lodge, designated as recreation programmer. The background business case is attached. Item 7, business case for a physiotherapy assistant at Bonisher Manor and Miramichi Lodge. Resolution number H-CC-24-09-120. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the physiotherapy assistant staffing complement at Bonisher Manor is increased by 1 full-time physiotherapy assistant position, and staffing complement at Miramichi Lodge is increased by 2 full-time physiotherapy assistant positions effective November 1st, 2024. Once again, the business case is attached. Item 8, business case for Assistant Food Services Supervisor at Miramichi Lodge. Resolution number H-CC-24-09-121. Moved by myself, seconded by committee. That County Council approve 1 additional full-time staffing complement designated as Assistant Food Service Supervisor, Miramichi Lodge, effective October 1st, 2024. And again, the business case is attached as background. Item 9, business case for laundry aid at Miramichi Lodge. Resolution number H-CC-24-09-122. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve an additional 624 hours per year of part-time laundry aid hours at Miramichi Lodge be approved effective October 1st, 2024. And again, the business case is attached. Moving on then to bylaws, Mr. Chair. Item number 10, Stryker Canada stretcher purchase. Resolution number H-CC-24-09-116. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the purchase of 5 power load stretchers and 5 Power Pro cots from Stryker Canada for a net cost of $327,116.63 under the non-competitive purchase criteria in Policy GA-01, Procurement of Goods and Services, and that County Council adopt a bylaw to execute the purchase. The background is attached. It's important as well to provide some context. It has become A very, very complex process indeed to procure replacement ambulances to start with. I am once again sympathetic to Mr. Burke because, as I understand now, we put our order in, I think, in 2024, hoping to get ambulances in 2026. It is complicated by the fact that there is, I think it's a 10% down payment is required. So in fact, we are laying out money in 2024 for capital assets that we're not actually likely to receive for 2 years hence. I'm glad that I don't have to make accounting for that, but it has become a very complex task indeed for Acting Deputy Chief Libby. This complicates it one step further in that the striker, and you will note that it is a sole source, as this has been the provider for some time into these automatic lifting devices, which are a substantial improvement for our paramedics. But likewise, that has now been separated. At one time, it was part of the procurement of the ambulance itself, but for a wide variety of reasons, certainly supply chain issues that are continuing, it has now been severed, and they are two distinct purchases. So in fact, we are acting as the contractor in this instance ourselves. So it has become a very complicated and complex process. And yet, in the end, ultimately, it is to serve both the paramedics in their practice, but also for the benefit of our community at large. With that, Mr. Chair, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee members Emo, Grills, Yon, Murphy, Nicholson, Weir, and Wilmer.
Thank you, Chair. And to Council, any comments, questions, concerns on item number 1? And the member from Deep River, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to make a comment on one of the benefits of increased benefits of this program is the strain on the ER department at the Deep River Hospital. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but it could be up to 50% of visits to the ER come from outside of the town of Deep River, and I would suggest a large portion of them are coming from Petawawa. So, this is a great program to help divert some of that away from the expensive process of ER visits. So, thanks.
Thank you. I think it should be, it's very, we really should note that on average in this 4-month period, 200 people booked a visit with a paramedic at one of the assessment centers. So they may not have been seen by anybody prior to that, or they might have been seen and lost, but it was obviously, it was very necessary for them to see somebody. So thankfully that happened. And yes, member from North Laguna Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Chief Nolan. Certainly recognize the great effort that you and your staff are putting forward to take some of the load off of our hospitals. And of course, with doctors retiring, this is certainly a need, and I do look forward to the development of one of these clinics in the new Eganville base as well. And is this something that we might expect before year end, or is it planned for next year?
Chief Nolan, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Our priority in Eganville was to get the operational side of the base going first. That's going extremely well with the assistance to development and property. So I expect before year end, we'll be hosting our first clinic at that location.
Great news. Thank you. Member from Edmonton Bromley and Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just in responding also to Councillor Doncaster's point, it's important to note, I don't know how many of these would necessarily have found their way to the ER, but you'll note in the delta between the first and second columns, 5,833 inbound phone calls led to 3,535 actual VTAC physicians, which means that 2,300 did not. I don't know how many of those 2,300 would have otherwise gone to the ER if there was no VTAC, but it's a pretty stark number if we assume that they might all have. At the very least, you could posit that 2,300 visits to ERs across the county of Renfrew were inhibited through the services of VTAC. I think that's pretty substantial in indemnifying not just the ERs within the acute care hospitals, but also those who are sitting in the waiting rooms in those hospitals, of perhaps doing somewhat alleviating the length of visits. So thank you.
Thank you. Item number 2. Oh, I'm sorry, member from Petawawa.
Sorry, thank you, Warden, and through you. Just on behalf of the town of Petawawa, I think it's great that this project was put forth. It has been ongoing now for 3 Mondays, and I can report that it's been well used each of the days. And to Councillor my colleague from Madmaston Bromley's comment, that this may be alleviating pressure on ER visits. And I would have to say that all of these individuals would have had to book this process first through VTAC, so that after that process is complete, they still went in and had a personal visit with the CAC. I would have to assume that they would have gone to an ER. So I would say that even though it's only been running 3 Mondays, that this has alleviated pressures on either the Deep River or Pembroke Hospital ER. So the town of Petawawa is very grateful that this is being taken place, and we're looking forward to an expansion in the program as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Did I miss anybody else? I apologize. So with that, we'll move to item 2. Item 3. Item 4. Item 5. Item 6. And member from Killaloo, Haggerty Richards.
Thank you, Chair. The 4 next business cases, are they positions, are they new positions?
Mr. Blackmore.
Thank you, Warden, through to the councillor. These are new positions that are basically, we're afforded the ability to do this by way of a level of care increase that we weren't anticipating. I think it was 6.6%. We had budgeted for roughly 2%. And where it indicates in a number of these different business cases, it will save by way of example, assistant food services supervisor. Oh, sorry, I might be getting ahead of myself, but since you mentioned all 4 cases, if I could, where it says add assistant food service supervisor, what that is really doing is currently we have 1 individual that's part-time at both homes, full-time doing half-time at both homes. So what we're doing is we're introducing an additional position so that each home can have its own. And these business cases, for the most part, are where it may seem that perhaps there's one home gaining 1 position and another gaining 2. It's basically a balance of balancing our full-time and part-time complement as well. All to say that we're looking toward equalizing both homes in terms of their staffing complements, not to advantage one or another.
Supplementary?
Thank you, Chair. My next question is the plan to hire immediately into this year, or are we going to wait until next year to bring these people on?
Mr. Blackmore?
Thank you, Chair. Through to the council. The plan is to hire as soon as it's assuming it's approved.
Thank you. Any further questions on 6? Member from Madmaston Bromley.
Just for clarity, the business case for the physiotherapist is to begin on November 1st. I think all of the others are October 1st or immediately upon recruitment availability. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move to item number 7, item number 8, item 9, and I'm sorry, member from Whitewater?
Sorry, item 10.
Item 10,
okay?
And member from Whitewater.
Good. And I just remember we had a discussion at this committee. Could we talk about LAS or perspective of using the, not LAS?
Canoe.
Canoe, yes. Thank you, CAO. Talked about Canoe, using Canoe for paramedic items such as stretchers.
Chief Nolan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With One of the issues related to canoe and ambulances and stretchers is that we'd historically purchased these items part and parcel with the ambulance. By breaking it out, we went out to receive a separate quotation in terms of what those costs would be, using same for same in terms of previous use. So from a canoe perspective, our analysis is that there was no advantage in terms of using that purchasing mechanism versus direct from supplier, given the numbers that we were dealing with here. If we were doing a full exchange, as we've done recently, from our LifePack to our Zoll monitor defibrillators, I could see an opportunity to be able to do that. But at this stage of the game, this was the most advantageous way financially for us to move forward.
Member from Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that particularly for those those keeners who are still watching the virtual meeting that are spectating here, particularly after at Health Committee, we had Commander Cruchet give a very good briefing on what the Sierra team is now doing. And one of the discussions was that by whatever means they have to access those that may be in the wilderness, a canoe being one of them. So for those who are unfamiliar, canoe is a branding of what is a national buying group for the municipal sector, and I think that it's outside of this room. It's important to understand that we're not talking about loading patients into the backs of ambulances from canoes, because I think that probably would raise quite a few eyebrows for those who may be watching today's meeting.
Thank you. Member from North Algonah Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Chief Nolan. Are these stretchers then replaced every time the ambulance is replaced, or do they have a longer life cycle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Council. They're evaluated on a case-by-case basis in terms of their overall condition. We've budgeted for them based upon the same renewal recapitalization cycle as the ambulances themselves, but that's not necessarily the case. We've also had opportunity to be able to sell them with the disposal of assets, much like with the ambulance processes as well. So overall, these should have a lifespan longer than the ambulances themselves. However, that's got significant variability based upon the availability of the ambulances themselves, because even though we may intend to dispose of an ambulance at 4 or 5 years, we've had to hang on to them longer because we don't have a replacement unit. Therefore, the stretchers along for that ride.
Member from Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you very much, and just to complement perhaps what the chief has said. In this instance, now that they have become two separate procurements, I believe that the installation is also going to be done in-house, but we're very fortunate in that regard because we have developed a pretty good skill set of the mechanic that we share with Public Works, because heretofore, typically we were, when we were on a regular interval of replacement of the ambulance vehicles themselves, typically we were seeing these stretchers had a lifespan of 2 ambulances. So sometimes when we even did order our ambulances, every one of them would not be ordered with the Stryker because we were able to take the equipment out of the retiring ambulance and use it in the new ambulance. So we have developed a pretty good skill set of the installation of these Strykers into the ambulances.
Thank you. Any further questions? Can I have a mover, please?
So moved.
You've heard the report and the discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. We'll move to bylaws, number 14. Recommendation that the following bylaws be enacted and passed. A, bylaw 12724, a bylaw authorizing an agreement between the County of Renfrew and Stryker Canada for the purchase of 5 power load stretchers and 5 power pro cots. B, bylaw 12824, which is a bylaw for the execution of a professional services agreement for contract PwC 2024-53 for the engineering services for reconstruction of county structure B053 Constant Creek Bridge in the Township of Greater Madawaska. C, bylaw 12924, a bylaw for the execution of a memo of understanding with the townships of Laurentian Valley and Whitewater Region for the sale of former CN Rail property. D, bylaw 13024, a bylaw to enter into a road access agreement of County Road 37, Murphy Road, with 2833868 Ontario, Inc. E, bylaw 13124, employment bylaw number 1 for the county officers and staff. F, bylaw 13224, a bylaw to amend bylaw 6303, human resources corporate policies and procedures for the corporation of the County of Renfrew. Pardon me? Okay, and if you could read the other one then too, please.
And bylaw 133-24, a bylaw to authorize the County of Renfrew to enter into a co-ownership agreement with the corporation of the Town of Deep River for the purchase of the discontinued Keys Public School.
Okay, thank you. So you, can I get a mover, please? Member from North Laguna Wilberforce, member from Laurentian Valley, and discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you. Well, number 15, written reports. AMO, I have a board meeting on Friday, so I'll have something to report. Eastern Ontario Regional Network, I understand they're meeting tonight and tomorrow. And I believe prior to that, it was a very slim meeting. It was mostly around HR items. FCM, member from Deep River.
Thank you, Warden. No written report, and I'll keep this brief. I'll put the rest of what I was going to say, just based on the time of day. But would like to report that I have been appointed to committees, so primarily the Ontario Caucus, the Rural Forum, Committee of Whole would flow from that. But then the Anti-Racism, Equality and Inclusion Committee, and the Social Economic Development Committee. The said committee, the second one I just mentioned, some of the primary topics are safe communities and housing. The only thing I wanted to mention at this point was I did have the privilege of sitting at a table with Robin Jones, she was very quick to point out how impressed she was with some of the programs that Renfrew County has started, and specifically Chief Nolan with respect to RC VTech and certainly the MESA program. So I just wanted to point that out. And then the details from the rest of the meetings that I attended September 18th to 20th, I will find some time to put in writing for the next County Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe the same is existing of the Roma report. It was quite slim, and you'll get a further update. Yes, sir. Member from Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you, Warden, and I think that it is worthy of showing our congratulations to Councillor Doncaster on, I lost track, I think 5, perhaps 6 different committees. I think it is recognizing the value that Councillor Doncaster brings to the national organization.
Thank you. Very gracious of you and quite correct. Item number 16, notice of motions. Please, no notice of motions. I see too many of them somewhere else. 17, members' written motions. And again, please. 18, new business. I believe the clerk, or sorry, the CEO.
Or the clerk as well. So this item is to deal with an absence of 3 months or greater on County Council. So in order to receive a recommendation or a motion, I would seek that the warden ask to suspend the rules of procedure, just so we can look at a motion, please.
Yes, could I have a motion to suspend the rules so that we can deal with an issue? Member from Head Clermont, member from Madawaska Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? 1, it's carried. Thank you.
I'll ask the clerk to look at the motion that's been recently drafted, please. I can do the preamble where you're just finding that. Sorry. So the issue at play, of course, is we understand that Councillor Bennett's health has deteriorated somewhat, and he has been absent from the Township of Horton. But more specifically, he has now. This will be his at least third meeting being absent, and the clerk will read a motion on the floor for your consideration moving forward.
Thank you.
And we'll add that we did receive a letter from the Township of Horton today. Congrats. So that in accordance with Section 259(1)(c) of the Municipal Act, whereby the office of a member of council of a municipality becomes vacant if the member is absent from the meetings of council for 3 successive months without being authorized to do so by a resolution of council, and the resolution from the Township of Horton regarding the appointment of an alternate member of county council in the absence of Councillor Dave Bennett, and that Dana Proctor, Councillor of the Township of Horton, be appointed as a member of County Council as of September 25th, 2024, until Councillor Bennett returns or the end of the term, whichever occurs first.
Okay, can I get a mover, please? Member from Deep River, second by member from Arm Prior. And discussion or background? I think that's as much background as we need. Discussion. Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So is the intent of the resolution simply to recognize the alternate member? There is no sanction on the member that is vacant, given that their township has appointed an alternate?
Mr. Kelly?
The Municipal Act is fairly clear that if you had not adopted a resolution today, based on his third absence, then the seat would be vacant, and that would be, in absence of any other sanction, that would be sanction, that he would be removed. The procedure bylaw nor your code of conduct talks to any other sanction. This was not forwarded to the Integrity Commissioner to recommend any other action. Councillor Bennett just would have been vacant, or the seat just would have been vacant. There's sanctions, obviously, because you now have, it's not a sanction. Because you have an alternate member, by appointing an alternate member, your salary or your compensation to sit on county council is reduced by the amount of compensation given to the alternate member who now sits in that seat. But we're trying to recognize today, you'll notice during roll call that we recognized Councillor Bennett when we did roll call as we did the alternate member. So for the moment, until we receive other notice that Councillor Bennett will no longer sit as a member of council, he will be, the seat will be, he'll be on hiatus. His absence will be noted until the end of the year. It's a wonky one. The alternate member is a weird one to work through, but it's the Township of Horton is being represented by the alternate member, but Councillor Bennett is a member of this council, and since he would have not have been here for 3 months, he would no longer be a member of this council.
Supplementary.
Thank you, and I'm prepared to take this offline given the arcana of the particular conversation, but I'm not entirely persuaded that the Municipal Act provides guidance in this issue, because I don't know, certainly each of the lower tiers designates who shall be the county councillor. It doesn't necessarily have to be the head of council, as per the councillor to my right. The Municipal Act is clear that the seat is vacant, but I'm not sure that that extends to this council to declare that vacant, because I think that authority as to who sits here rests with the lower tier. In any event, I am satisfied in this instance, but I know it's quite clear that if I were to miss 3 of my Admast and Bromley meetings, I no longer am a member of the council. I'm not convinced that if I continue to sit at Admast and Bromley and don't come here, that this agency has the authority, or the province for that matter, to have me vacate this seat, because I think the authority for that position rests entirely with the lower tier municipality. In any event, I think mostly this is moot. I just wanted to recognize that Councillor Bennett has been an enormous value to this chamber, and I am not persuaded that we would I am persuaded rather that it is ultra vires our authority to vacate his seat.
Thank you. So essentially what we're trying to do is recognize that Ms. Proctor is now the member representing Warden, and at the same time offer a modicum of protection to Councillor Bennett as he convalesces, not to add to his stress or worry, is what we're trying to do as best we can with the tools that we have. So we're not booting him off council forever. That's not our intent. So I saw the member from Greater Madawaska and his hand up.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, you've answered my question. I was just concerned that Councillor Bennett would still remain on roll as a councillor of the County of Renfrew. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions or comments? Seeing none, could I ask for the vote? All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you very much. And is there any other new business? Okay, seeing none. Confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw 134-24 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on September 25, 2024, be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. Can I get a mover, please? North Laguna Wilberforce and Petawawa. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. I was going to tell you my life story and stretch this to 5:01, but I think I'll save it. And that this meeting be adjourned and the next regular council meeting be held on Wednesday, October 30th, 2024. Mover, please. Madawaska Valley and Head Clare Mariah. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience and your hard work today, and staff as well. We really appreciate it.